Okay, right. So 1.1.1 reads as follows. The formula I plus J plus X represents dash in an open economy. So now I stands for investment, then J stands for injections, while X stands for exports. So now when we talk of an open economy, when you talk of an open economy, is the economy where foreign sector is actually included, but closed economy we exclude foreign sector. We only consider only three market participants for closed economy. But when it comes to open economy, we take into account for market participants. So remember, these market participants are decision makers in an economy. And these market participants, we have the likes of households, the likes of foreign sector, the likes of government, as well as the likes of businesses or firms. Okay, right. So now, in option A that we have injections. Option B that we have leakages. Option C that we have expenditure. And the last option that we have exports. So now, if we check what I is an investment, and that if in an economy we have an investment, that means that we are going to have what we are going to have the inflow of money into the economy, as well as the injections. If we have as well injections, it means that money is coming into the economy. Also, the exports, if the economy is having more of the exports than imports, it means that goods and services that are locally produced are being sold to the rest of the world. So in return, that particular economy receives receives income. Okay, right. So now the appropriate answer for 1.1.1 is in this regard A. Okay. Okay, right. So now moving on to the second question. Second question, we have 1.1.2. It reads as follows. The utter turning point of a business cycle is known as dash. So now, remember, grade 12, whenever we are talking of the business cycle will refer to the upswings and downswings of the economic activities. Or we can actually say that these business cycles take into account the fluctuations of the economic activities. So now, when we talk of the turning point that you're actually referring to, we are referring to the likes of a peak or a boom, or the likes of a trough. When an economy is at a boom, it means that all economic activities are performing very well. So it means in that particular economy, there is employment opportunities, as well as businesses generating enough profit. Also, the standard of living for the household as well, it is improving. So now we also have the trough as a turning point. So trough as a turning point, at this turning point, the economic activities are totally poor, meaning the economy in this regard, it is failing to create employment opportunities. The households are poor, they are struggling, there is low standard of living. When you check the business side, businesses are not generating enough profit. Also, when it comes to foreign sector, we have more of the imports than exports. While under a boom or a peak, that's where an economy is having more of the exports than imports. Remember, grade 12s, it is healthy for any economy to have more of the exports than imports. Why do we say that? Because when the economy is having more of the exports than imports, that is the indication that local businesses are able to generate enough goods and services that can satisfy local households, and then they can have the access that they can export to other countries, or they can have access that they can sell to the rest of the country. Okay, right. So now in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be a peak. A peak is a turning point that you are referring to at this regard. Because now, if we check, let's check the diagram that I have. So this point here, it is a turning point, and this point is called a peak. And then this point here, it is a turning point that is called a trough. So one might ask, why actually do you say a peak? I'm saying a peak because of the word par. Okay, thanks. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question, we have 1.1.3. So 1.1.3 reads as follows. The estimation of future revenues and expenses over a period of time is known as dash. So here we are estimating. And remember, you learned about estimation when we were dealing with the business cycles. So if you still remember under business cycles, we did talk about different set of concepts like a moving average as well as extrapolation. And we did say that when we talk of the moving average is the concept that is actually in line with the forecasting of the performance of the business activities. But this forecasting, it is actually being done in line with the current trends that are taking place. But when it comes to extrapolation predictions are actually done, or estimation are actually done based on a historical data, or actually on events that took place long back. Okay, right. So now, if you check the given options, we have option A that takes into account the aggregate demand, and option B, we have the budget, and option C, we have the finance, and option D, we have the expenditure. One might ask, why is it so important to go through all the given options? Because most of these answers, they are pretty close to one another. So any mistake, you find that you will select the correct answer, but not the appropriate answer. So that is why it is always advisable for you grade 12s to always apply the elimination method. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be B. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question, grade 12s, we have 1.1.4, and 1.1.4 reads as follows. The deliberate increase in the value of a rand in terms of the other is called dash. So now, here we are talking of the value of rand. So grade 12, if you still remember, we dealt with different set of topics, and this concept, it does fall under the topic that is called Forex, foreign exchange market. So now, when we talk of the appreciation is when a currency gets more strength compared to other currency. Here, there's no institution that is in between to make sure that it does regulate or it does monitor what that value of currencies that are actually being compared on a table. But now, when it comes to revaluation now, it calls for the intervention of the central banks. So in South Africa, the central bank that we have is called South African Reserve Bank. So now it means that revaluation is when the South African Reserve Bank chips into the market of Forex to make sure that they give value to a given currency compared to other currency. So now also we have overvaluation. So overvaluation is when a currency is overvalued when compared to the other currency. So remember, I said that this one of valuation, revaluation, or devaluation, those two concepts, they take into account the intervention of the institution that is in charge of money supply. So in that regard, the institution that is in charge of the money supply is South African Reserve Bank or any central bank. So remember, grade 12s, only central banks are able to print out money. There's no other institution that can engage into printing out of money or that can engage into regulation of the flow of money. Okay, right. So now let's check the appropriate answer that we have in this regard. So the appropriate answer that we have is a revaluation. Okay, right, grade 12s. So now moving on to the next question, we have 1.1.5. 1.5. So 1.1.5 reads as follows. The removal or reduction of restrictions on the free exchange of goods between nations is known as dash. Okay, right. So now remember here there is a removal. So it means that now they want to suspend the barriers when it comes to the flow of goods and services amongst different set of countries or just between countries. So now we also have free exchange. This free exchange rate is one of the types of exchange rate system. And this one that is free, it means that there's no government intervention. There's no regulation here. There are no custom duties that are actually being paid upon borders whenever there are exports or imports of goods and services that are taking place amongst or between different set of countries. So now, in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be C, which is trade liberation. So remember, when we talk of trade liberation is the suspension or the removal of rules and regulations when it comes to the flow of goods and services between or amongst countries. So in this regard, it means that trade liberation takes into account the removal of restrictions when it comes to exports and imports of goods and services. Okay, right. So now our appropriate answer is going to be C. Okay, so now moving on to the next question. The next question we have 1.1.6, and 1.1.6 reads as follows. A rephrase measure that focuses on land for residential and production for previously disadvantaged group is known as dash. So now, if you still remember grade 12, I told you that you should always go through the given options. So now, if we check the appropriate answer in this regard, it is going to be land redistribution, which is C. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question we have 1.1.7, and 1.1.7 reads as follows. A cash grant to build or expand physical infrastructure is a dash. So now, because of a word grant, this actually means that there wasn't any job that has been performed. Also, it shows that there wasn't any service that has been rendered. This was just the capital transfer. This was just the transfer of money without any work being done and without any service being rendered. So if we check, we have what we have: foreign investment grant. So foreign investment grant, this is the grant or the donation that comes from other countries, from the other spheres of the world. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be C. Okay, grade 12, right. Let's move on to the next question. The next question reads 1.1.8, and 1.1.8 reads 1.1.7. Sorry, this is supposed to be D. Sorry, this is supposed to be D, which is critical infrastructure program. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.1.8. 1.1.8 reads as follows. An economic indicator measured by dividing the real GDP by the number of workers employed is referred to as labor productivity. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question. Next question we have 1.2, and 1.2 reads as follows. Choose a description from column B that matches an item in column A. Write only a letter. An example is given there, A to I, next to the question numbers. Also, an example is given there, 1.2.1 to to 1.2.8 in a given answer book. So an example, or a typical example, is as well given, which is 1.2.9 as J. So remember, grade 12s, I always tell you that whenever you are dealing with this matching concept, make sure that you go through column A to identify all the given concepts. Then from there, you go to column 1, you go to column B to check all the given description. Remember, in column B, you can either be given the characteristics, you can either be given the definitions, or given the explanations, or given the feature, or any function that is in line or in relation with the concepts that appear in column A. Okay, right. So now column A, we have the system of national accounts. We have the real business cycle. We also have a deficit rule. We also have absolute advantage. We also have quota. We also have economic growth. We also have a special economic zone. As well, we have prime interest rate. Okay, right. So now, if we check our 1.2.1, 1.2.1 is a system of national accounts. Before you can even go to column B, you must create that picture to check what is this system of national account. When we talk of the system of national account, it is nothing but a set of international guidelines for reporting statistics comparable across all countries. That is the system of national account. So now when it comes to 1.2.2, which is real business cycle here, we are talking of the macroeconomic model that suggests that fluctuations as a result of technological changes. Okay, right. So now let's check the next concept. Next concept, we have deficit rule. So now this deficit rule, it is the budget shortfall not exceed 3% of GDP borrowing. That is our deficit rule. So now moving on, we have 1.2.4, which is absolute advantage. So when I'm coming across this concept, it reminds me of comparative advantage. So now, as a grade 12 learner, especially when you are about to land into examination now, you should always be in a position to distinguish between the absolute advantage as well as the comparative advantage. When we talk of absolute advantage is when a country has the ability, when the country has the ability to produce more of the outputs using the same resource like other countries. So that is the absolute advantage. So in that regard, then we can actually say that a country that is able to spend a country that is able to generate a certain outcome, having used a certain resources compared to other countries, then in that regard, you say that that country has more of the absolute advantage compared to other countries. Okay, right. Let me take an example. I'll take an example of South Africa as well as United States of America. Okay, say South Africa to produce 8,000 units, it does engage in 100 rand. So now also United States of America to produce 1,000 units, it does engage the use of 100 rand. So if you check these two countries, they have used the same resource of 100 rand. But now if you check the output is quite different. The output for South Africa is 8,000, but the output for United States of America is going to be 10,000. So in that regard, then we can say that United States of America has more of the absolute advantage than South Africa. Why? Because using the same resources, it does achieve higher outcome compared to South Africa. Okay, right. So now, when it comes to comparative advantage, in comparative advantage, we check the spending on the vectors of production so as to produce an expected outcome. So here I'm still going to I'll compare South Africa and United States of America. Say that for South Africa to produce 10 units, it does spend 20,000 on labor. In United States of America, to produce 10 units, it does spend 10,000 on labor. So in that regard, we are going to say that United States of America has more of the comparative advantage when it comes to the production of those units. Why are we actually saying that? Because now, United States of America, it is spending less on labor, or it is spending less on vectors of production to attain higher outcome. So here, when it comes to comparative advantage, we check the ability of a country to produce higher output, engaging the use of less resources, or there is less spending. So grade 12, if you still remember under economics, we aim at maximizing the output together with the minimization of the spending. That's the motto of economics. We should always try by all means, we don't spend more, but we have to maximize whatsoever return that we have actually anticipated. So those are the concepts of the comparative advantage as well as the absolute advantage. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.2.5, which is a quota. So now, when we talk of this quota here, we check what the fixed and predetermined quantity that can be important among a set of countries. That is a quota. We check that quantity. I'll make an example of South Africa, even though I'm not quite sure of the quantity, but there are those goods and services that do have quotas upon borders there. Say you go to Botswana to buy a milk, then there will be a certain liters that you are allowed to step into South Africa with. Say, for typical example, a quota for milk, say it is 20 liter. If we're now in Botswana, you buy 50 liters of milk, then upon the borders, they'll only allow you to come in with what? With the expected quantity. The same thing applies with eggs as well. If in South Africa, they tell you that the quota of eggs is 10 trays, then it means that if you go to Botswana to buy trays, you're expected only to import 10 trays, not more than that. Because the moment you buy more than 10 trays from Botswana, and now you want to step into South Africa with those more than 10 trays, while a quota says 10 trays, then it means that they are not going to allow you to enter with those trays. They'll only have the maximum of 10 trays. Okay, right, grade 12. So now we have 1.2.6. 1.2.6, we have economic growth. So now we also have economic development, because economic growth and economic development, they are what? They are a pair. They always go together. So when you talk of economic growth, you refer to the improvement of production of goods and services by different side of businesses or firms. Here we only check the improvement in terms of production of goods and services. But when it comes to economic development, we check the improvement when it comes to the standard of living of the household. So it means economic growth takes into account the decision maker of the firms or the business, while economic development only takes into account a decision maker, which is the household. Okay, right. So now, if we check the options given here, for 1.2.1, we have option option E. So now for 1.2.2, we have option G. So now for 1.2.3, we have option F. And then for option 1.2.4, we do have H. So now when it comes to 1.2.5, we have B. And when it comes to 1.2.6, which is economic growth, we do have C. And then when it comes to special economic zone, which is 1.2.7, we do have I. And then when it comes to 1.2.8, we do have D. Okay, so now let's check the special economic zone. Guys, if you still remember, South Africa as an economy, it did rely largely on agriculture as the major contributor of GDP or towards GDP. So now the South African government tried its level best to make sure that they improve the performance of our secondary sector, so that also secondary sector can contribute largely towards GDP. I'll explain GDP, don't worry. So now what it did, South African government, it did try by all means to improve the performance of the industries. Remember, when you talk of the word industry, we refer to group of firms that sell the same product. So now what they did, they bring this program that is called a special economic zone, of which it does focus on those areas where South Africa has a belief that the moment they spend much of their resources towards those areas, then those areas actually going to boost when it comes to the improvement of the South African economy. Okay, right. So now I did mention GDP. GDP is a gross domestic product. So this gross domestic product, we refer to the total monetary value of all goods and services that has been produced within borders of a certain country. Usually we check the time frame of a year when we take into account the GDP. Okay, right, grade 12. So what I can actually tell you guys, whenever you are doing the revision, in particular when you are using the past exam papers, make sure that you also have different set of reference. Don't only refer on the teachers or educators' notes, because lesson notes are very brave. So in order for you to broaden your understanding, in order for you to broaden your knowledge, make sure that you visit different resources, because the moment you visit different resources, they do explain concepts in different set of manner. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question that we have 1.3. So now 1.3 reads as follows. Give one term or word for each of the following descriptions. Write only the term or a word next to the question number. An example is given there as 1.3.1 to 1.3.6 in your answer book. So abbreviations, acronyms, and examples will not be accepted. And I know most of you grade 12s, whenever it comes to this set of questions, you love giving abbreviations or acronyms. Try by all means to avoid that, because the moment you do that, you are going to be penalized. Okay, right. So now the first question, which is 1.3.1, reads as follows. A portion of consumption that varies with disposable income. So now the appropriate answer that we have, or the concept that we have here, is nothing but in-use consumption. And remember, this in-use consumption that we are referring to that consumption where the spending is done by the household, where there's no earning of any set of income. Okay, right. So we are saying that this is in-use consumption. This is in-use Consumption. Consumption. This is induced consumption. This is induced consumption. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next question. The next question we have 3.2, and it does read as follows. Statistical tool used to analyze the changes in a series of data over a certain period of time. So remember when I was explaining the concept of business cycles, I did take into account, or I did explain what moving average is, as well as extrapolation. And I did even say that these are the two concepts that are in line with the prediction. Okay, right. So now the appropriate answer for this one is moving average. I did explain it when I was explaining the concepts and the business cycle. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question we have 1.1.3. And 1.1.3 reads as follows. A situation where one country has a relative advantage in the production of goods or services. So now a country can only have a relative advantage when it comes to the production of goods and services when it doesn't spend a lot of money, or when it doesn't spend a lot of resources, where it doesn't engage into lot of expenditures on inputs or on vectors of production. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be comparative advantage. This is comparative advantage. Okay, right. So now, grade 12, moving on to the next question. We have 1.3.4, and 1.3.4 reads as follows. A policy where the state discourages the importing of certain goods and services so as to protect local industries against unfair competition. Okay, so now the moment the government comes into play, when there is a flow of goods and services amongst different set of countries, that calls for what you call protection. So now that concept is going to be called protectionism. So this is protectionism. This is protectionism, where now the country is trying by all means to protect its industries. And remember, I did say that when you talk of an industry, we refer to different set of businesses that do sell the same commodities or the same product. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.3.5. So 1.3.5 grade 12 reads as follows. A government initiative to attract infrastructure and business investments to neglected and underdeveloped areas. So, okay, if you still remember, guys, when I was talking of the special economic zone, where the government tried by all means to identify the potential angles that can help them to improve the South African economy towards economic growth as well as economic development. So now, those initiatives, there are many, but now the ones that you are given here is called Special Development Initiative. This is ASHAL. ASHAL. Yeah, I know some of you love to say special. This is not special. It's Special Economic Initiative. Special Economic Initiative. Haha. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.3.6. An indicator to increase, an indicator to measure changes in the prices of goods produced locally when they leave the factory floor. So that is nothing but the producer price index. This is producer price index. Okay, right, great talk. So now, since we have already landed into the concept of producer price index, and remember, they fall under the umbrella of inflation. So I'm also going to discuss the issue of consumer price index. Okay, right. So now I'll start from the umbrella of inflation. What is this inflation? When you talk of an inflation, we actually refer to a persistent or continuous increase in the general price level of goods and services. I know most of you grade 12s, when it comes to inflation, when you say the continuous or persistent increase in the general price level of goods and services, when there is an increase in the price on the price of loaf, and you see there's increase on the price of banana continuously, you start saying that there is an inflation. No, that is totally not inflation, but it is called price hike. Why price hike? Because only two commodities prices are fluctuating, not all the commodities. So that is why we're actually saying that inflation is where the general price level of all goods and services what are increasing on daily basis. Okay, right. So now producer price index. So this one we check the spending of businesses or producers on their vectors of production. It means that if there is producer price index, it means that businesses or firms, they are now spending a lot of money on the vectors of production or the inputs that are necessarily needed when it comes to production of goods and services. So it means for businesses to produce goods and services, they keep on spending different set of amount, because now prices keep on changing. So now when it comes to consumer price index, here we check the basket of goods and services. So it means that now here consumers keep on spending a lot of money on different set of goods. Meaning producer price index takes the side of the producer, which is businesses or firms. But consumer price index, we check the spending or the fluctuation of prices on the side of those who buy goods and services, in short, the consumers. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question, grade 12s. The next questions that we have 1.1. So in particular, 1.1.2. So 1.1.2, it does read as follows. An injection into the economy will lead to dirge. And then we have option A to option D. And remember, grade 12s, I told you that in order for you to master this set of questions, you should always apply elimination method. When you apply elimination method, you go through each and every option given. You go through option A, you go through option B, you go through option C, as well as option D. Because sometimes you can just land on one option, say option D, then you find that at the end of the day, option D is not the one that is mostly precise when compared to other questions, because here precision here should always be taken into account. So meaning for 1.1.1, our appropriate answer is going to be a D, which is increase in the national income. Here, when you talk of the national income here, we check the income that comes from the household, which is consumption by the household. Also, we check the investment by firms, and also we check the government spending, and as well as the net export. Remember, net exports, we take into account the exports minus imports. Why should it always be export minus imports? Because it is always advisable for any set of economy to produce a lot of goods and services that can satisfy the needs for local people, and after that, the excess should be sold into the other countries. So now it is so bad for any economy to have more of the more of the imports than exports, because imports, it means now there is outflow of money. There are resources that are actually being pumped into other countries, unlike resources being pumped into our country. Like exports, you're expecting other countries to come and purchase goods and services from our country. So in that regard, it means that there is inflow of resources into our country, and at the end of the day, that is going to increase or to boost the performance of the economic activities, and at the end of the day, we are going to attain higher levels of economic growth as well as higher levels of economic development. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be D. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question, which is 1.1.2. 1.1.2 reads as follows: an economic indicator that changes only after the changes in the economy has taken place is called a dash. Okay, right. So now, grade 12s, remember in the aforementioned or above mentioned question, we did explain the concept of the business cycle. And we did say that business cycle, we check the fluctuations of the business activities, or we check the upswings and downswings of the business activities. So in order for the economy to be in the position to check the upswings and downswings of the economy, so then it means that there should be a prediction as well taking place there. And also, in order for the economy to predict, or the economists to predict, it means they should be in a position to know the signs of the current economic activity. So when we talk of an indicator, we refer to a sign, whether in economics or whether in any other discipline. When we talk of the indicator, we actually refer to a sign. So an indicator is a sign that shows or indicates where the economy or an economy is heading. Okay, right. So now I am going to explain all the given sort of these indicators. So now let's talk of the lagging indicator. When you talk of the lagging indicator, this is the sign or the indicator that change after the economy has already changed. So it means that lagging indicator, it does change after the economy has already changed. Then we have what? Then we have coincident indicator. Coincident indicator is an indicator that changes the same time there is a change in an economy. So it means this one, there is a simultaneous change. Once the economy changes, also this coincident indicator changes. So we also have a leading indicator. A leading indicator, this is the indicator that changes before there is any change in an economy. So it means that leading indicator is the one that can actually give you to predict way better than other indicators. Why? Because it does change before the economy can actually change. So we also have composite indicator. Composite indicator, it is an indicator that combines all of the indicator. It does take into account the lagging indicator, the coincident indicator, as well as leading indicator. Okay, right. So now, since here the question says that an economy indicator that changes only after there is a change in an economy. So as I said earlier, grade 12, that we have lagging indicator does change after the economy has changes. Coincident does change the same time with the economy. We have leading, it does change before the economy changes, and then you have composite, which takes into account all other three indicators. So because of a word after, it means that this calls for lagging indicator. And if you check out from the given set of options, our our lagging indicator appears as option A. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question we have 1.1.3. 1.1.3 reads as follows. In the circular flow model, businesses dash. Okay, right. So now since we have actually landed on the concept of the circular flow model, I am going to explain to you what is this concept. When we talk of a circular flow model, this is the flow of production of goods and services. This is the flow of spending. And also, this is the flow of vectors of production. So it means that when we are saying this is the flow, we are going to check how money flows between the market participants, which is the household, firms, government, as well as the foreign sector. Also, we are going to check how vectors of production do flow amongst those four market participants, and we are also going to check income as well as the expenditure. Okay, right. So now the question says, in the circular flow model, businesses dash. Grade 12, if you still remember, households are the primary owners of vectors of production. So households are the ones who do own a land. They are the ones who do own ownership. They are the ones who do own capital. They are the ones who do own labor. That is why we're actually saying that they are the primary owners of vectors of production. So it means that without households, we can't have firms. Without households, we can't have government. Without households, we can't have different sector. So it means that households are the engine of this car, of this vehicle. Okay, right. So now let's check. We have option A, we have option B, we have option C, we have option D. Remember, grade 12s, I did tell you that you should go through all the given set of options, because most of these options, they are pretty close to one another. Okay, right. So now, in the circular flow model, businesses dash. So now businesses dash, they do what? They do sell products and buy vectors of production, of course. So it means in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be C. Why C? Because businesses need what they do, buy or purchase vectors of production from the household. Why do they purchase vectors of production from the household? Because in order for them to process or manufacture goods and services, they need vectors of production, which is labor, capital, land, as well as entrepreneurship. So now, after they have produced goods and services, they now in return sell those finished goods and services back to household. So that is why we're actually saying that the appropriate answer in this regard is going to be C. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question we have 1.1.4. So 1.1.4 reads as follows. The difference between the value of countries' exports and the value of a country's imports for a given period is known as a dash. Okay, right. So now this dash that you are referring to, let's check. We refer to the balance of trade. This is nothing but balance of trade. But remember, grade 12s, I told you that you should always go through all the given set of options. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.1.5. 1.1.5, we do have the discontinuation of international trade and investment with a particular country is known as dash. So let's talk of the international trade. Okay, when you talk of the international trade, before I can even move on to international trade, let's explain a word trade alone. When you talk of a word trade, there's no processing, there's no manufacturing of goods and services. But in this regard, goods are actually being bought from the supplier with the aim of resale. Nothing is being processed and nothing is being actually manufactured. So now when it comes to international trade, it means now there is buying and selling of goods and services between countries. When we say between countries, it means now we are talking of two countries. And when we are talking of two countries, and that trade that you are referring to, it is called bilateral trade. Bilateral trade is when two countries are buying and selling goods and services between them. And also we have what we call multilateral trade. So multilateral trade is when more than two countries do buy and sell goods and services amongst one another. Okay, right. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be C, which is sanctions. Yes, why sanction? Because of this continuation. Because of this word, this continuation. It means here now the flow of goods and services amongst or between those two countries or amongst those many countries now, it does stop. So in that regard, we say that is a sanction. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.1.6. 1.1.6 reads as follows. A physically enclosed area next to a harbor or airport where the production of exports is encouraged is known as a DOGE. So that is nothing but special economic zone. Okay, right, grade 12. Now let's move on to the next question. The next question we have 1.1.7. 1.1.7 reads as follow. Which of the foreign development initiatives is the most successful in South Africa? So the most successful one in South Africa is Maputo Development Corridor, which is our option B. Okay, right. So grade 12, moving on to the next question, we have 1.1.8. 1.1.8 reads as follow. The ratio between import and export prices is known as terms of trade, which is our option D. Okay, right. So now grade 12, let's move on to the next question, which is question 1.2. Remember 1.2, we are dealing with matching concept. And matching concept, if you still remember, I told you that you should always go through column A, where it does contain concepts. Make sure that you create a picture of each and every concept before you can even jump onto a given description on column B. Remember also column B, I did say that column B, you can either be given functions or characteristics or features. Okay, right. So now let's check what we have on our plate. We have depression, we have aggregate demand, we have economic stability, we have international monetary fund, we have Johannesburg Security Exchange, we have structural employment, we have strategic industries, and as well as economic development. Okay, right. So now here the depression, if we check the depression, you must create that picture of depression. What is this depression? So if you still remember, we dealt with the business cycle, and then on the business cycle, we do have a trend line, and this trend line, we said that it does measure the long-term economic growth in that particular country. And then, if you still remember, we did as well in the above mentioned questions or the aforementioned questions, we did discuss the issue of the turning point. We did say this is a pig, this is a pig, and this is a troll. So now we have what we have before we have the downswing here, and this downswing before the trend line, and then also you have the downswing below the trend line. Here we have what? Here we have depression here, and then here we have recession. So it means that the moment an economy has reached this depression, it is totally bad. Why are we saying totally bad? Because if you check our graph here, this depression, it does fall under trend line. And remember trend line, we said that this is a line that measures a long-term economic growth. So it means that the moment the economy is under depression, there is no economic growth. Also, there is no economic development. Remember, if you say there's no economic growth, it does mean that there is stagnation when it comes to production of goods and services by businesses. Also, when you're saying that there is nothing when it comes to economic development, it does mean that now there is also stagnation when it comes to improvement in terms of the standard of living for those households. Okay, right. So now, if we check here, for our 1.2.1, we have G, which is economic activities at its lowest. So it means here the appropriate answer that we have here, we are going to have G. So then we have 1.2.3. The appropriate answer that we have here, we have ERV. and which is the key institution in the capital market in South Africa. So now we also have 1.2.3, which is A. And now this A that we have is the absence of excessive fluctuations in the GDP of a country. Then we have 1.2.4, the appropriate answer that we have here. We have D, which is a world organization that assists countries with the balance of payment problems. Then we have 1.2.5. 1.2.5 calls for E. And then the E that we have, is a key institution in the capital market in South Africa. So now we also have 1.2.6. 1.2.6, we do have H, and this H that we have is a cause of changes in the level of technology. So now let's move on to 1.2.7, which is strategic industry. The appropriate answer that we have for this one is I. Remember, grade 12s, I did explain this. So this is a very important infrastructure and technology that cause large innovative spillover effect. And then last one, we have C, and then this is improvement in the well-being and quality of people. Okay, right. So now, grade 12s, let's move on to the next question, which is 1.3. It does read as follow: give one term for each of the following descriptions. Write only a term next to the question number. So we're given an example there, 1.3.1 to 1.3.6 in the provided answer book. And if you still remember, abbreviations, acronyms are not considered. Okay, right. So now, here you only give one term or one concept. Don't abbreviate, don't give acronyms. Also, examples are not considered as well. So here, number 1.3.1, it does read as follows: a balancing figure in the calculation of the gross domestic product expenditure, that is called the word a residual item. Residual item, right? So now the second one, the next one, we have 1.3.2. It does read as follows: the process of estimating an unknown value using a known value. I explained this when we were dealing with the business cycles and the prediction concepts, when I was explaining moving average and extrapolation. This is nothing but extrapolation. This is extrapolation. Okay, right. So now, grade 12, let's move on to the next question. We have 1.3.3. A sub account of the balance of payments that records international transactions relating to the ownership of fixed assets. This is nothing but capital transfer account. Capital transfer account. Transfer account. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to 1.3.4. 1.3.4, it does read as follows: a trade policy whereby the state discourages the importing of certain goods and services. So this is nothing but import substitution. This is import substitution. Substitution. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to 1.3.5. It does read as follows: an increase in the capital input in the economy at a faster rate than the increase in the labor input. So this is nothing but the capital deepening. This is capital deepening. Okay, right, grade 12. Now let's move on to 1.3.6. An area where economic activities are concentrated. That is called economic hub. This is called economic hub. Okay, right. So now, grade 12, let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have question 1.1, in particular 1.1. Okay, right. So now, when it comes to 1.1, 1.1, it does read as follow. 1.1 reads as follow. Okay, right. So now, an open economy is best described as a dash sector economy. Remember, when you talk of an open economy, it does include different sector. And the moment it does include different sector, in that regard, it means that you are going to have 4 market participants because of the fact that you have 4 decision makers. So that is going to call for number 4 in any option given. So if you check the options given, you have 1A, we have B2, we have C3. So it means our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be D. One might ask why D? Because of 4 market participants. Because in an open economy, we have to include the what different sector. But in closed economy, we have what? We have the household, we have the firms, we have the government. There are only 3. But now open, now we include different sector that calls for what? For 4 in that regard. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.1.2. 1.1.2, it does read that follow. The vertical difference between a growth and the next peak, it is referred to as a dash. It is referred to as an amplitude. Okay, right. So now, grade 12, let's move on to the next question. The next question, we have 1.1.3. It does read as follows. The lever curve shows the relationship between tax revenue and dash rate. So dash rate, it means what? It means dash. So now let's remind our brains. Let's remind our brains and what, and picture this gentleman Lever. If you still remember Lever, he does have what? He does have what, an argument when it comes to tax revenues as well as tax rate. So his argument, it is in line with tax when it comes to collection of revenues, and also when it comes to the rate that should be charged, or the rate that should be actually what tax. So remember, the rate we are actually referring to percentages. So in this regard, the appropriate answer is going to definitely be A. Okay, right. So grade 12, let's move on to the next question, which is 1.1.4. 1.1.4 reads as follows. Financial capital held by the monetary authorities such as the central bank to finance the trading, this equilibrium is referred to as dash. Okay, so the appropriate answer that you have here is what? Reserve assets. So now reserve assets that we have is now option B. Okay, right. So moving on to next question, we have 1.1.5. The practice of selling goods in a foreign country at lower prices than in the other country of origin. Damn, this is called dumping. So now that one is straightforward. That is option C. Option C. Why are they selling them with the lesser amount in other countries? Because those are goods and services that are not needed anymore. So what they do, they can just sell them with the lesser amount so that they can get rid of them. So in that regard, under economics, we say that you are dumping because you are no longer in need of these goods and services, but now you just want to get rid of them. Then you see that, okay, let me just sell them with the cheaper amount so that you can actually come up with the amount that you have spent to acquire them. You just want to cover the amount that you have spent, or the cost that you have actually incurred. Okay, right. So now moving on to next question, we have 1.1.6. So 1.6 grade 12 reads as follows. The growth and development. Remember, grade 12 under economics, the moment you come across the word growth, in your mind, you should think of the production of goods and services by firms. And the moment you come across the word development, you should think of the standard of living of the household. That's the only approach that we should have under economics. So now, the growth and development policy that aims to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality by 2030 is called DASH. Grade 12, remember, when you talk of the elimination is when you get rid of a certain concept. So in this regard, we eliminate poverty. It means we don't minimize poverty. We get rid of poverty totally. So now also inequality, we check the income earners. Remember, we have different classification of income earners. We have lower income earners, those people who are having less salaries or less income. We have middle income earners. Those are households that are having average. We also have higher income earners. Those are individuals that are having larger sums of money. Okay, right. So now the appropriate answer for this option is going to be B, which is National Development Plan. If you still remember, each and every year here in South Africa, not only in South Africa, almost in each and every economy or almost in each and every country, there is a budget that should always be given to the individuals. And also, there is a plan for the nation or the plan for the country. So this National Development Plan, it is in line with the improvement of the standard of living for the household. Here, an economy is checking how best they can put their strategies in place so as to improve the standard of living for inhabitants. For typical example, here we check how South Africa can actually try by all means to put their strategies, their methods, their methodologies in place to make sure that they improve the standard of living for South Africans. So the plan, a word plan, it means that all the strategies, all the activities that you are trying to partake or to just take or to learn into, they should be written down. And this planning can be done electronically. You can use your cell phone to draw down your schedules. You can use your laptop to draw down your schedules, or you can use a manual planning. Manual planning, we talk of the hard copies, where now one is using a diary. That is the plan that you're actually referring to. So now the economy has to plan on how best they want to improve the standard of living for its inhabitants. Even us as individuals, we do have our planning at a personal level, which we call personal planning, where you all write the strategies or schedule out all the activities that you want to achieve or you want to pursue. Okay, right. So now, moving on, grade 12, we have 1.1.7. So 1.1.7 reads as follows. Unemployment resulting from mismatch between demand of labor and the skill of job seekers is referred to as dash. The moment there is a word mismatch of demand, so then that calls for supply as well. Grade 12, remember, in an economics, we always strive for demand always being equivalent to supply. Why are we always striving for that? Because whatsoever businesses manufacture, whatsoever businesses process, we're expecting households to buy or finish all of them. That is why we are saying that demand should always be equivalent to supply. So remember, when you talk of demand, we refer to the willingness and ability of consumers to buy goods and services. But when it comes to supply, we check the willingness and ability of businesses to sell goods and services. So it means there should always be equilibrium, or there should always be equality between the demand of goods and services by household and the supply of goods and services by businesses. Why are we saying that there should always be at equilibrium? Because the moment businesses do produce a lot of goods and services and demand is less, it means that there's no one who's buying those goods and services. And at the end of the day, an economy is going to experience what you call a market failure. And the moment there's a market failure, it means that businesses are going to suffer. And if businesses are going to suffer, it means almost everyone is going to be affected. How is that so? Okay, right. That is going to affect businesses because now businesses are going to generate lesser profits. And the moment businesses are generating lesser profit, it means that it is going to be a struggle for them to pay tax to the government. And the moment the government fails to collect enough tax, it means now the government is not going to be in a position, or it is not going to have the strength, or it is not going to have power to give a capital transfer or to give grants to what, to its inhabitants. Remember, grants are just given without work being done or without any service being rendered. So now most of the governments, they rely entirely on tax revenue. So if businesses are not generating enough tax, it means that the whole economy is going to be affected. Right. Okay. So now let's check the appropriate answer for this question. The appropriate answer that we have, structural employment. Okay, right, which is A. Okay, grade 12s. Let's move on to 1.1.8. 1.1.8 reads as follows: long-term deposits of the domestic sector at the monetary institution are part of dash money supply. That is M3, which is money supply. Okay, right. So now let's move on to next question, grade 12s. Next questions that we have the matching concept. And remember, matching concept, I told you that under matching concept, you should always try by all means that you go through the given set of concepts in column A. When you are done with that, then you move on to column B. Also go through the given set of descriptions, features or characteristics, as well as functions given. Create a picture. Don't be quick in this question. The moment you are quick, you end up facing disappointment because you end up selecting wrong options. Okay, right. So now residual item. The residual items that we have allows for all errors and omissions in GDP calculations, meaning the appropriate answer here is I. So we have open market transaction, buying and selling of government securities to influence the money supply. So this is our appropriate answer. Then privatization. Remember, privatization now is when governmental institutions or public institutions that are now actually being removed under the umbrella of the government. They are now going to be placed under the government of the private sector. So it means that when you talk of privatization, all the institutions that were owned by the government, they are now going to be private. Okay, right. So now the appropriate answer in this regard is going to be transfer of ownership of government institution to ownership individual. So now our appropriate answer is age. So now we have 1.2.4, which is transfer payments. Our transfer payments, it is money received without any productive service rendered. Yeah, it's nice, just receiving without any service being rendered or without any job being done. So that is why when you talk of grants are being categorized under the umbrella of transfer payments or capital transfer, because money is actually being transferred from one platform to the next without service being rendered or work being done. Okay, right. So now we have 1.2.5, which is protectionism. Protectionism, here we have the trade policy that tries to keep the domestic economy safe by restricting the imports of goods and services rendered, meaning our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be C. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to 1.2.6, where we have economic development. I did explain economic development in the aforementioned questions. Okay, right. So now 1.2.6, our appropriate answer is going to be B, the process by which the standard of living improves. Okay, right. Now let's move on to 1.2.7, which is regional development. Regional development aims to reduce the centralization of industries. So it means our appropriate answer in this regard, it is D. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.2.8. 1.2.8 reads as follows: life expectancy. So now here we check the time that an individual lives from the day he was born up until he dies. That is actually called the life expectancy. So now the appropriate answer for this is what? It is express the number of years a child born today is estimated to live. Meaning our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be A. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question that we have 1.3, which reads as follows. Give one term for each of the following descriptions. Write only a term next to the question number. An example is given there. Also, grade 12, bear in mind that no abbreviations are needed and no acronyms are actually considered. Okay, right. So now 1.3.1 reads as follows. People who are able to make use of a good or a service without paying for it. These are called free riders. They ride for free. These are free riders. So under economics, everything has a price. Even lunch, there's no free lunch under economics. The moment someone invites you to come and eat lunch with them, under economics, we know that there should be something in return. That is why we say that there's no free riders and also there's no free lunch. Because we believe that as economists, everything has a price. Okay, right. So now 1.3.2 reads as follow. A policy that targets taxes and government expenditure to influence economic activity. Okay, because of the word tax and the word government expenditure, this calls for what you call fiscal policy. Fiscal policy, it is a governmental policy, meaning the government is the one in charge of this policy. And then this policy has two instruments. The instruments under this policy, we have taxation as well as government spending. So now, these two instruments, they should be used what? In a different set of manner. Once the taxes are high, then it means the government spending should be low. And also, if government spending is high, then it means taxes should be low. It depends on the structure as well as the movement of the economy or the status of the economy. For typical example, if the economic activities are at growth, it means that economic activities are not doing fine. There is poor or there are poor performances when it comes to those economic activities, employment poor, businesses, when it comes to collection of taxes, when it comes to collection of profits, they can't collect enough profit. And in return, they can't pay tax as expected to the government. So the moment the economy or economic activities are at growth, it means now there is a struggle there. Then the government has to use taxation and then increase its spending. So it means there should be a reduction in terms of tax levy or charges, and then there should be increase in government spending. So also when it comes to the peak or boom, then in that regard reverse is the case. It means at the boom or peak, the economic activities are performing well. There is enough creation of employment opportunities. Also, businesses are doing fine, and households are able to pay tax. The standard of living is fine. We have more of the exports than imports. Then, in that regard, then the government has to lower its spending, but increase tax. So, okay, right. So now, let me quickly also touch on the issue of the monetary policy, because we have started with the fiscal policy. So when you talk of the monetary policy is the policy where a central bank is in charge to stimulate the flow of goods and services. So now the instruments that the central bank uses to stimulate the flow of goods and services are what they are: interest rates as well as the money supply. In the same manner, under this policy, it does depend on the status of the economy. If the economy is doing fine, it means that now the central bank is going to increase its interest rates and then lower the money supply. But when the economic activities are burned or at a trough, it means now the central bank is going to it is going to lower the test rate. It is going to lower the interest rate, but increase the the money supply. Okay, right. Great talks. So now I'm really sorry for that, because I just wanted to put clarity when it comes to these policies, because the question only demanded the issue of fiscal policy. But you never know in the next question if the question will require you to touch on a monetary policy. That is why I thought it was of great importance to touch on the monetary policy. Okay, right. So here, the appropriate answer, as I did say earlier, it is the fiscal. This is a fiscal policy. Okay, right, great jobs. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have 1.3.3. Exchange rate system can use forces of demand and supply. So this calls for what? Free exchange rate system. Why are we saying free exchange rate system? We are saying free because no monitoring is being done by central bank here. There is just influence of demand and supply for that particular currency. So then the concept that we are referring to here is a free exchange rate system. Free exchange rate system. Okay, right, great talks. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question reads as follows. Taxes levied on goods as they enter the country. That is nothing but tariffs. That is nothing but tariffs. Okay, right, great talks. Let's move on to 1.3.5. Measurement of the economic output per person. That is gross domestic product per capita. This is gross domestic products per capita, not per capital, per capita. So it means you omit all. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.3.6. 1.3.6 reads as follows. The distribution of employment and investment over a wide range of industrial activities. These are called what? Industrial diversification. Industrial diversification. Industrial diversification. Okay, right, great talks. So now let's move on to the next question. Okay, right, great talks. Moving on to the next question, we have 1.1.1. A small initial change in spending that produces a proportionately larger increase in income in the effect. That is nothing but the multiplier. You know, great jobs. I love economics with all my heart, because economics, if you understand this concept, before you can even finish reading the question, already the answer comes. That picture, always create a picture in economics. And in that regard, don't just create a smaller picture, but the bigger picture. Okay, right. So now moving on to 1.1.2, a fiscal policy that attempts to stimulate economic activity, it is a dash. Okay, our appropriate answer in this regard, it is expanding, which is B. Okay, great talks. Moving on to next question, we have 1.1.3. Removal of unnecessary restrictions by law is dash. Guys, if you are able to check this set of questions, they are pretty close, similar to one another. Starting from the question one that we dealt with. Remember, we are dealing with different set of questions, but under same section. If you check, most of them, they are pretty similar to one another. So that is why, creators, I advise you, make sure that whenever you are revising, you understand the concept. If you don't understand the concept, don't hesitate to ask for any form of assistance. Okay, right. Like these restrictions, already discussed the issue of restrictions. Okay, right. So now in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be D, which is deregulation. Deregulation is when an economy or a country is getting rid of restrictions or lot of rules and regulations when it comes to the flow of goods and services. It can be local flow of goods and services, or the flow of goods and services can be amongst different set of countries. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question reads as follows. A payment made by the government to someone for whom there was no service rendered is called dash payment. No service rendered, no work done. What did I say? I did say that is nothing but a transfer. So meaning our appropriate answer in this regard is C. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question, which is 1.1.5. And now this 1.1.5 reads as follows. The infant industries argument justifies dash. So we have subsidies, dumping, protection, deindustrialization. Okay, right. So grade 12, let me explain to you the meaning of this word subsidies. When we talk of a subsidy, we refer to the amount that the government has already paid on behalf of consumers to those businesses that do sell or produce goods and services. That is a subsidy. I'll come again. A subsidy, we refer to the amount that a government has already paid to businesses that sell goods and services or produce goods and services on behalf of consumers. That is the subsidy. I did explain dumping, I did explain protectionism and the industrialization. Okay, grade 12. So our 1.1.5 answer is going to be A, which is a subsidy. So our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be A. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question, we have 1.1.6. Small, medium, micro enterprises create employment for dash unemployed people. So now, if we check here, people that can actually get employment because of small, medium, micro enterprises are those people who are falling under structurally employed, or they actually fall under structural unemployment. Okay, right. So now moving on to 1.1.7, we have this question that goes, regional development policies aim to reduce the effect of dash. That is actually going to be the effect of centralization. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question we have 1.1.8, and it does read as follows. A situation where trade occurs without government interference is called dash trade. So now the appropriate answer in this regard is going to be free. Why free? Because there's no government intervention. Here, there's no one in charge of the rules of the game. When it comes to the rules of the game, they are actually being provided by the demand and supply of those goods and services. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question we have our 1.2.1. So on 1.2.1, we have moral suasion. So the appropriate answer is going to be South African Reserve Bank convinces commercial banks to extend credit responsibility, meaning our appropriate answer in this regard is E. Then let's move on to parastatals. Parastatals, the state-owned enterprises that provide public goods and services, which is C. Then we have 1.2.3, which is free floating. Free floating, we have exchange rate system determine the market forces, which is A. Then we have custom-free incentives. So these custom-free incentives, we refer to imports of raw materials or intermediate goods that are not taxed at all, which is H. Then we have land redistribution. Land redistribution, we check the returning of land to those citizens who lost it due to discriminatory laws of the past. Okay, right. So now, moving on, you have structural unemployment. So this structural unemployment, we check job losses due to economic going into recession. I did explain this recession. Okay, right. Moving on to the next question, we have 1.2.7, which is exchange rate. So now this one of exchange rate, we have the net gold exports that are listed here because of the historical significance in South Africa. So it means our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be I. Life expectancy. I need to explain it in a previous question. Okay, right. Grade 12. Now let's move on to next question, which is 1.3. Okay, right. So now 1.3.1 changes of these indicators only take place after the economy changes, after the economy has changes. That on its own, it calls for what? It does call for lagging indicator. Remember, grade 12, I did explain the meaning of all of these indicators, what they do mean. I told you that when you talk of the leading indicator, it is a sign that changes before the economy has changed. Then we also have the lagging indicator. It does change after the economy has changed. Then we also have coincident. It does change the same time with the economy. And then we also have composite. It does combine all of those three indicators. Okay, right. So now 1.3.2 reads as follows. Individuals who benefit from public goods and services without paying for them. These are free riders. These are free riders. Okay, right. Let's check 1.3.3. Large-scale production activities whereby the entrepreneur's cost per unit decreases. That is called economies of scale. Okay, let me explain this concept of economies of scale, guys. Okay, we have economies of scale. We have constant economies of scale. Then we have these economies of scale. Remember, I said it earlier that under economics, we try by all means to maximize profits together with the minimizing of costs. Meaning we don't want to spend a lot, but we want to have higher results or higher output. Okay, right. So when you talk of economies of scale is when there is a higher output as a result of less spending. So meaning here, under economies of scale, there is an increase in output as there is a decrease in what? A decrease in the total spending. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.3.4. The institution that stimulate monetary policy in South Africa. So that institution is what? South African Reserve Bank. That is the institution. South African Reserve Bank is South African Reserve Bank. Okay, right. So now 1.3.5, the rate at which banks charge on loans to their most credit worthy clients. Okay, guys, let me explain these concepts before I can actually provide an answer for this. Okay, guys, we have two types of this interest rates. We have a repo rate as well as the prime rate. When we talk of the repo rate, we refer to the interest that is actually being charged by the what? By the central bank towards commercial banks like FNB, Standard Bank, Capitex, and the likes. So repo rate is charged by the central bank towards commercial banks. So when it comes to prime rate, it is charged by the commercial banks towards consumers. So it means now here this FNB Bank, FNB Bank, Standard Bank, Absa Bank, Capitec Bank, they charge what? They charge prime rate whenever individuals go to the bank to take out loan. So one might ask, how come a central bank is able to charge commercial banks repo rate? Okay, right. Guys, what I can actually assure you is that this money is that banks or commercial banks collect on daily basis, those deposits, they're actually being kept at the central bank. Their commercial banks, they don't keep any money there or any larger sums of money. So now, whenever they are, or sometimes in short of money, they can also as well borrow money from the central bank together with some interest charged. Okay, right. So now let's check the answer. So in this regard, our answer is going to be a prime rate. Yes, I did as well explain what? Explain the repo rate, because the question will not always require the prime rate. Sometimes the question might require the repo rate. So that is why I think it's of a great importance to explain these two concepts. Okay, right. Now let's move on to 1.3.6. It does read as follows. The increase in the population number of cities in the country. In towns. So that is what? That is urbanization. Whenever urbanization, whenever we have urbanization, whenever we have large number of people live in rural areas to join towns or cities, then we call that urbanization under economics. Okay, right. So now moving on, grade 12s, we have what we have. This question. This question reads as follows. Factor costs include deaths such as salaries and wages. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be C. So moving on to the second question, which is 1.1.2. The open market requirement is an instrument of the Desham policy. So the appropriate answer in this regard is going to be monetary policy, which is B. So moving on, we have 1.1.3 that reads as follows. A plan of estimated government expenditure that covers a period of 3 years is known as a medium. So that one is going to be what? It is going to be medium-term expenditure framework, which is A. Okay, right. So now 1.1.4 reads as follows. The shortest business cycle with a duration of 3 to 5 years is called the Desham cycle. So that is nothing but kitchen. That is a kitchen. So remember, we have different types of business cycles, and these business cycles, they are categorized, or they do differ from one another when it comes to time frame in terms of years. Okay, right. Now let's move on to 1.1.5. 1.1.5 reads as follows. South Africa joined as a full member of the Dash Bloc countries in the year 2011. So in the year 2011, I know in the year 2011, there was a time South Africa joined BRICS. And even today, even this year, if you still remember grade 12s, there was a time when there was a BRICS summit in South Africa, in particular, Gauteng province, if my mind serves me well, or was it in Cape Town? But I think it's 2 months, 2 months so, yeah, 2 months back. Yeah, the summit was here in South Africa. And if you guys, you do follow what current affairs, or you do read newspapers on daily basis, there are even other countries like Iran, Iraq, who are now eager to join this BRICS association. Okay, right. So now the appropriate answer for this is going to be what? Is going to be D. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question, we have what? Next question, we have 1.6. 1.6, the policy that was first implemented in 1994 to focus on the provision of housing, water, electricity, and public health care, the poor is called. What's so important about 1994? What is so important about 1994? 1994 is so important because that was the time when ANC came into power under the leadership of Nelson Mandela. So now the moment ANC came into power in 1994, that's when they tried by all means to revise all the acts or the rules and regulation that was governing the country. They were trying by all means to make sure that those households that were previously disadvantaged, they are as well being accommodated in the economy. And also remember, before 1994, there was the apartheid era, and during apartheid era, most of these black people, black-skinned people, they were so disadvantaged. So now, after ANC came into power, it tried by all means to revise all the set of rules that were there in place. Then they tried to accommodate each and every person, regardless of the race, regardless of the language, regardless of the age, regardless of the height. They were actually trying by all means to accommodate each and every individual. Why were they doing that? Because before 1994, remember, black people were mostly disadvantaged. Okay, right. So now, in this regard, the appropriate answer that we have is going to be D, which is Reconstruction Development Program, which is RDP houses. RDP houses. That is Reconstruction and Development Program. Those are one of the what examples that ANC tried by all means to fix the moment they came into power. If you check today as we speak, how many RDP houses the South African government has built up to this far? There are so many. Okay, right. So now, why did they try by all means to build those houses? So as to make sure that they improve the standard of living of its inhabitants. Okay, right. So moving on to 1.1.7, it reads as follows. If the index of export price is higher than the index of import prices, it shows that the dash is positive. So that on its own, it shows that the terms of trade is possible. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.1.8. It does read as follows. The relationship between goods produced and the resources used to produce them is known as dash. That is what? Productivity. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question, which is 1.2.1. 1.2.1, it does read as follows. Residual item, we have the figure used to correct errors in the calculation. Here we have I. If we check this residual item question, it has been repeating like no man's business. So it means that it should be in the position to understand this concept. So it can even visit different resources. Don't rely on the educator's lesson notes, because the notes normally they give a summary of the concept. They don't give the in-depth of the concept. That is why it is always advisable to use different set of resources, not entirely depending on one resources. Okay, grade 12, right. So now we also have endogenous reasons. Endogenous reasons in this regard, we check the vectors from within the market system that leads to changes in the level of economic activities, which is D. So now moving on, we have 1.2.3, which is price stability. Then we check the inflation rate of between 3% to 6% in South Africa. So now let's move on to 1.2.4, the free floating exchange rate. I did explain this one as well. Then the price of currencies determined purely by market forces or demand and supply. Then let's move on to 1.2.5, free trade area. So free trade area, in this regard, we said the member countries agree to abolish tariffs among themselves, but levy tariffs on non-members. Hey, okay, right. So now let's check 1.2.6, demand side policy. So demand side policy, we check the measures that are implemented to influence the aggregate spending in an economy. So in this regard, let me check the demand side policy. We check measures that are implemented to influence the aggregate spending in an economy. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be B. Okay, right. So 1.2.7, we have skill support program. So now this one, we check the financial incentives aimed at helping to improve the quality of work. So in this regard, we have C. Then we have the system of national accounts. We have the United Nations recommends its use in order to standardize the calculation of social and economic indicators. Okay, right, grade 12. Now let's move on to the next question. The next question that we have 1.3. So this question reads as follows. A market for short-term savings loans, this is nothing but money market. And also we have what? Also we have the market for long term. Why do I have to take into account the market of long term? I'm taking into account the market of long term because you never know if some questions can require one to mention the long term. Okay, right. So now also the market for long term loans, we refer to capital market. Market for long term loans, capital market, market for short term loans, then we have money market. So then we also have financial market. Financial market is the umbrella of both. Under financial market, we have the money market as well as the capital market. Okay, right, great talks. Now let's move on to 1.3.2. Does read as follow. The lower turning point of a business cycle. The lower turning point of a business cycle, as I did explain earlier, that we have what? We have a peak, and then here we have a trough. So now here is the upper turning point, and then this one is the lower turning point. So in short, this is a trough. Okay, right, great talks. Moving on to the next question. Public goods that are characterized by non-excludability and non-rivalry. So it means here there's no competition. You don't compete to use public good. Public good is for everyone. So those goods are what? Those goods should be consumed by everyone. For these goods that you can say, there shouldn't be any competition when it comes to its consumption. There shouldn't be any competition when it comes to protection from the police. There shouldn't be any competition when it comes to protection from the army or from the force. So that is why we are saying that this can actually be considered as community goods. These are community goods. Each and every person in the community should have security from police, should have security from soldiers. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. We have 1.3.4. 1.3.4 reads as follows. The number of children per 1,000 births who die before the age of 1 year in a year. So these are what called infant mortality. This is infant mortality. Mortality. Okay, right, great talks. Now let's move on to 1.3.5. Indirect taxes that are levied on imported goods and services. So those are import duties. These are import duties. Now we have 1.3.6. The return of land to its rightful owners who lost its land due to discriminatory. This is land restitution. Grade 12, if you can check, economics is so simple. It is so simple. Restitution. In order for it to be simple, it means you should maximize revising different set of past exam papers. Don't rely only on one question paper or one resources. Okay, right. Various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. Choose the correct answer, right? So 1.1.1, the type of consumption of household spending, which is independent of income, it is called autonomous consumption. The highest turning point of a business cycle is known as the highest turning point of a business cycle. It is called what? A peak. Remember, I only have two turning points, a peak and a trough. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next one. The next one we have 1.3. The government level that consists of metropoles, districts, and municipalities is called dash. It is called what? Provincial, which is B, right? So moving on to the next question. Next question, we have 1.4. The exchange rate system, where currencies are devaluated or revaluated by the central bank, is called the dash exchange rate. So this one of re and devaluated, it means that the institution is the one what in charge of that. Okay, right. So the appropriate answer, it is going to be what? It is going to be D, which is mesh defloating. The appropriate answer is going to be D, which is mesh defloating. So now we have the selling goods in foreign country at lower prices than in the country of origin. That is what? That is dumping, which is B. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question, which is question 1.1.6. The growth and development policy that aims to eliminate poverty in 2012, which is 1.6. Our appropriate answer is going to be A, 1.6. 1.6, appropriate answer is going to be A. So let's share 1.7. The entire policy that encourages industrial development in a few urban areas is called C, which is centralization. Okay, if you check it, most of these questions, they're pretty close to one another. It needs someone who's very smart when it comes to attempting such types of questions. Okay, right. 1.1.8, a higher standard of living is directly related to education. Good. Okay, right, grade 12. So now we have now landed on what? We have now landed on 1.2. So the multiplier that we are referring to in this regard, we have the change in what? The change in spending as a result in a much bigger change in income. Meaning our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be H. Then we have financial derivatives. Then we have the financial contracts that get their value from underlying assets. This is B. Then we have state-owned, which is parastatal. Then our state-owned, we have what? We have a business that is partly or wholly owned by the government. Then we have taxation, 1.2.4. Our taxation in this regard, we have the compulsory contribution by the citizens of a country to the state office, which is I. Then we have urbanization, 1.2.5. So 1.2.5, we have what? Increased number of people living in cities and and the like. So we have integrated manufacturing strategy. So integrated manufacturing strategy, we do have what? We do have strengths, institutional capacity, and actually development. Okay, right, grade 12. So now we have what? We have landed on 1.2.7, expanded public works program. So in this regard, we have the government intervention to create employment using labor-intensive method. So, okay, right, grade 12. Now we have subsidies. I did explain the word subsidy. So we have financial incentives by the state to help businesses to produce more. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question that we have 1.3.1. And then 1.3.1 reads as follows. Total remuneration for the vectors of production received by the people of South Africa nationally is nationally in a given period is called what? Gross domestic product. This is gross national product, which is G and P. Okay, right. And then we have the measures taken by the government in respect of taxation, government spending, and borrowing to influence economic growth. That is nothing but what? Fiscal policy. This is fiscal policy. And then we have a form of credit that the International Monetary Fund can use when a country experiences balance of payments disequilibrium. This is special drawing rights. This is what? Special drawing right. Special drawing right. Okay, 1.3.4, we have what? We have a worldwide exposure integration of economies with trade as a key element. This is nothing but globalization. Okay, right, grade 12. So now, a purpose-built industrial estate linked to an airport or seaport with export as the main objective. This is industrial development zone. Industrial development zone, right. 1.3.6, an increase in the number of people in a country. That is nothing but population growth. Population growth. Okay, right, grade 12. Let's move on to the next question. Next question reads as follows. The market in which one country's currency can be traded for other countries' currency is called dash. That is called what? It's called foreign exchange market, which is forex. Okay, right. 1.2, 1.1.2, transfer of functions and ownership of entities from the private sector to the public sector. That is nothing but nationalization. I did explain. So now we have what? We have the inverse relationship between unemployment and inflation is illustrated by Mr. Philip, which is option B. A situation where one country has a relative advantage in the production of goods and services. That is comparative advantage, which is D. Good. So now we have 1.1.3. The removal of trade practices that prevent the free flow of goods and services between countries is called, trade liberation. Okay, right. So now moving on, we have 1.6. The program places emphasis on training to enable and trainees to enter the formal workforce or create a livelihood for themselves. So, okay, grade 12. In this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be a national skill development strategy. Then we have 1.1.7, the track of land that forms a pathway allowing access from one area to another is referred to as a corridor. Okay, a corridor because of this gentleman pathway. Okay, right. So now 1.1.8, number of children who die before reaching 1 year of age is known as infant mortality. Is it there? Okay, right. Okay, right, grade 12s. Okay, right, grade 12s. Then we have the last but not the least that we have. Give one term for each of the following description. Write only the term next to the question number. An example is given 1.3.1 up until 1.3.6 in the answer book provided. And also abbreviation and acronyms are not considered. Okay, right. So now let's check 1.3.1. An individual or a family of people that live together, have a joint income and make decisions together. That is what households. These are nothing but households. Indicators that give consumers or businesses and the state a glimpse of the directions in which the economy might be heading. That is a leading indicator. Leading indicator. Okay, right, grade 12s. So now we have the output per worker in a particular period of time. So this output per worker in a particular period of time we have, because of a word worker and the output, this calls for productivity. So now this is going to be labor. This is going to be labor productivity. Sorry? Okay, right, grade 12s. So now let's move on to 1.3.4. The worldwide interaction of economies with trade as an important element that is called globalization. Okay, right. So now moving on, grade 12s, we have regional development initiative aimed to extract infrastructure and business investments to neglected and underdeveloped areas. So now this is nothing but spatial development initiatives. Spatial development initiative. Okay, the last but not the least, the deliberate decrease in the value of the currency in terms of another currency as a result of central bank interaction, that is called what? Devaluation. Okay, grade 12s. What I can actually tell you guys, whenever you are faced with a section A under economics, we are expecting you to collect all the marks. One might say it's not possible. Yes, it is possible. Only when you do what you do, refer to different set of textbooks or different set of writings. Don't only rely only on one resource, but rely on different resources. So now, grade 12s, I wish you all the best in your exams, and we're expecting each and every individual to score higher marks in section A. So in this regard, I'll see you in the next lesson when we are discussing other topics. So I always tell you that before you can jump onto answering questions, you should always make sure that you go through the set of instructions and information given. So now the structure of the question paper under economics, it has 3 sections. Section A, we have questions that are compulsory and they carry 30 marks. While in section B, we have 3 questions. You're expected to only answer 2 questions, of which 1 question carries 40 marks. While in section C, you're expected to answer only 1 question that carries 40 marks. So now moving on to the second instruction and information, answer only the required number of questions, and answers in excess of the required number will not be marked. So now we have number 3, number the answers correctly according to the numbering system used in this question paper. So now this one, grade 12, is so important to be followed. Always make sure that you follow the numbering system answered on a question paper, in a question paper. I know most of you guys, you have the tendency of studying with section C, of which when you study with section C, make sure that you leave a space for other questions. Don't study with section C on the first page, because once you do that, it will be the indication that you would have failed to follow the instructions and information as expected. Okay, right. So now number 4, write the question number above as the answer or under each and every answer. Okay, right. 5, read the questions carefully. 6, start each question on a new page. I know most of you grade 12s, you have a challenge when it comes to studying a new question on a fresh page. Know that if you fail to follow the instructions, it means that you have failed to answer the questions appropriately. So 7, leave 2 to 3 lines between subsections of the question paper. So now also for 8, answer the questions in full sentence and ensure that the format, content, and context. Open 1.4, it reads as follows. If the value of the marginal propensity to consume is 0.6, then the value of the marginal propensity to save will be dash. Okay, right. So now this concept, I'm going to explain these 2 concepts, grade 12, marginal propensity to consume as well as marginal propensity to save. Why do I think there's a need to explain these 2 concepts? Because I've seen that most of you grade 12s, you have the challenge when it comes to the multiplier. And that multiplier calculation, if you still remember, it does engage in different set of the formulas so as to calculate the expected multiplier in each and every economy or nation or a country. So when we talk of the marginal propensity to consume, we refer to additional income that household choose to spend on buying goods and services. So this one should be clear, grade 12s, that marginal propensity to consume, it is that only an additional income. It has nothing to do with your salary. Okay, right. So now when it comes to marginal propensity to save is nothing but an additional income that household choose to save or choose to put aside instead of spending on goods and services. Okay, right. So now, if you still remember grade 12s, whenever we calculate the multiplier is always 1 minus the marginal propensity to consume, or also we can engage in this formula where we have 1 over marginal propensity to consume. If you check these two formulas, grade 12, you can see that our denominator, we have MPC being equivalent to, MS, this is supposed to be grade 12. We have MPS, which is equivalent to 1 minus MPC. So if you check in this regard, the MPC that we have 0.6. So now, when you substitute, you are going to have 1 minus 0.6, then 1 minus 0.6 will take us to 0.4. So if you check the options given, the appropriate answer in this regard is going to be A. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next question, grade 12, we have 1.1.5 and 1.1.5 reads as follows. A limit on the quantity of goods and services that can be purchased from other countries is known as import dash. Okay, right, grade 12. If you still remember, in a previous lesson, I did explain different set of concept. For typical example, when you talk of a tariff is nothing but a certain tax that should always be paid to the government. Also, we have the incentive as well. If you still remember, we talk of whatsoever privilege that is actually given. Then we talk of a levy. Levy in this regard, we refer to a charge. So now we have a quota. A quota refers to a limit of quantity or a certain quantity that is allowed to be imported in a certain country. So it means in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be D. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question, grade 12. Our next question, we have 1.1.6, and this 1.1.6 reads as follows. A growth and development strategy that was intended to halve unemployment and poverty by 2014 was known as. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be a B, which is Accelerated and Shared Growth Initiative for South Africa. So this is our appropriate answer in this regard, grade 12. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question, grade 12, we have 1.1.7, of which this 1.1.7 reads as follows. The government's broad approach to industrialization is set out in the dash. So if you still remember, grade 12, I always tell you that you must go through the set of options given before you choose your appropriate answer. And I always tell you the reason why I advise you to do that is because most of the given options, they are pretty similar to one another, where one might end up making some silly mistakes. Okay, right. So now 1.1.7, our appropriate answer is going to be National Industrial Policy Framework. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.1.8. 1.1.8 reads as follows. The increase in the population of cities and towns through the movement of people from rural areas is known as urbanization. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be C. Okay, so now at this juncture, we are done with 1.1. Then we are landing on 1.2. So our 1.2 reads as follows. Choose a description from column B that matches the item in column A. Write only a letter A to I next to the question numbers and examples given there, where we have 1.2.1 to 1.2.8 in the provided answer book. So now grade 12, if you still remember, I always tell you that whenever you are answering this set of questions, make sure that you go through column A and then you create a picture of the given concepts in that column. So now after that, you can now move on to column B, where you are provided with the description, the characteristics, the features, the functions, the explanation, the definition, and the likes. Okay, right. So now grade 12, whenever we talk of the autonomous consumption, so autonomous consumption, we refer to that part of consumption where the household are just spending without having a proper income. So now if we check the options given in this regard, our appropriate option is going to be H, that says part of the household spending that is independent of the level of income. So it means that our 1.2.1 is age. Okay, grade 12. So let's move on to 1.2.2. 1.2.2 reads as follows: the monetarist approach. So now, grade 12, if you still remember, this concept, it does fall under the business cycle. And when we talk of the business cycle, we refer to the fluctuations of the economic activities, or we refer to upswings and downswings of the economic activities. Okay, right. So now, under this business cycle, if you still remember, we have two theories: the theory from this monetarist approach and the theory from Mr. Keynesian. So now, if you still remember, Mr. Keynesian states that in a market, for the market to be perfect, we do need a government intervention. So now, but these guys under monetarist, they're actually saying that we don't need the government to intervene when it comes to the flow of goods and services. Why are they actually saying that? They think, or they do believe that the market forces of demand and supply can stabilize the flow of goods and services. So if you still remember, these gentlemen or these guys under monetarist, they believe that the markets can be stable without the government intervention. So now, if we check the options given in column B, then we see that the appropriate answer in this regard is G, that says maintains the view that markets are inherently stable. So it means that now our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be J. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question, we have 1.2.3, which is accountability. So now when we talk of the accountability, we refer to an explanation of one's own decisions and actions. When now you take charge of your actions, or when you take charge of your decisions. So now if we check the list of options given in column B, the appropriate answer in this regard is going to be F. Okay, thank you, grade 12. Now let's move on to the next question, which is 1.2.4. So 1.2.4 reads as follows: debt forgiveness. So now from the word, or from the phrase debt forgiveness, this really means that a country or an organization is released from its obligation to repay a loan. So now remember, grade 12, as I said earlier, that whenever you are answering or you are faced with this type of questions, you should always make sure that you go through each and every option given in column B, or you go under each and every description given. So now, if we check, the appropriate answer for 1.2.4 is going to be B. When an organization or a country is released from its obligation to repay a loan, that is going to be debt forgiveness. So this country is being forgiven in terms of what? In terms of paying its obligations. So it means that this is going to be a bad debt, because it is actually going to be written off before being settled. Okay, right, grade 12. Now let's move on to the next option. The next option, or the next question that we have 1.2.5 that reads as follows: economic union. So now, when we talk of the economic union, we refer to cooperation between countries so as to adopt to common monetary and fiscal policies. So now, if you check the list of the characteristics or features given, so the appropriate answer in this regard is going to be a C. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question, we have 1.2.6, which reads as follows: capital formation. So now, when you talk of capital formation, if you still remember, under economics, this is nothing but an investment. Okay, right. So now, if we check 1.2.6, which is capital formation, the appropriate answer for this question is going to be I, which reads the process of adding new assets such as machinery and equipment to an existing stock. So it means that our appropriate answer for this question is going to be I. Okay, right, grade 12. Now let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have 1.2. 1.7 that reads as follows: National Research and Development Strategy. So now if you check the list of options given, the appropriate answer in this regard is going to be D, because the National Research and Development Strategy focuses on using science and technology so as to promote industrialization in South Africa. Okay, right. So our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be D. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next question, we have 1.2.8, which reads as follows: Consumer Price Index. So now the appropriate answer for this Consumer Price Index is going to be A, that reads an economic indicator that relates to the cost of living. Why are we saying it does relate to the cost of living? Because remember, Consumer Price Index is one of the measures of inflation. But now this one, it does take into account the basket of goods and services that are actually being purchased by the households or the consumers or those who do buy goods and services. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question that we are faced with 1.3. And this 1.3 reads as follows: Give one term for each of the following description. Write only the term next to the question numbers. An example is given the 1.3.1 to 1.3.6 in the provided answer book. So abbreviations, acronyms, and example are actually not being considered in this question. Okay, right, grade 12. So now we have 1.3.1, of which 1.3.1 reads as follows: the withdrawal of money from the circular flow. So now whenever we talk of the withdrawal of money from the circular flow, remember we talk of the leakages. But because when we talk of the inflow of money into the economy, it is nothing but injection, while the outflow of money from the economy is nothing but the leakage. So this is nothing but leakages. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to 1.3.2. 1.3.2 reads as follows: a summary of the various indicators of the same type into a single value. So now if you still remember, grade 12, the different set of the indicators that we have. Okay, before I jump into types of the indicators, let me first explain the word indicator. When you talk of a word indicator and economics, we refer to a sign where an economy is heading or a sign where a nation is actually heading. So now one of those signs that we have, we can have a leading sign, which is leading indicator. And this leading indicator is a sign or an indicator that changes before an economy has actually changed. And we also have a lagging indicator, and this lagging indicator, it is a sign that shows a change after the economy has actually changed. And then we also have coincident indicator, and this coincident indicator is a sign that changes at the same time with the economy. And then we have composite indicator. Composite indicator, yes, it is the indicator that the question is looking forward to, because composite is the indicator that combines all the indicators, namely lagging, leading, as well as coincident. Okay, right. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be composite indicator. Okay, right, grade 12. So now make sure that whenever you are dealing with this set of questions, you do understand the content of economics or the context of economics. Okay, right. So now moving on to 1.1.3, it reads as follows: the exchange rate is determined by the market forces with the intervention by the central bank. So the exchange rate is determined by market forces with intervention by the central bank. The fact that the central bank in this regard, it is actually now being part of this forex, it means the appropriate answer in this regard is going to be fixed exchange rate, because we have the floating or free exchange rate where there's no central bank intervention. So this one is going to be fixed exchange rate. Fixed exchange rate. Okay, right. So now moving on to 1.3.4, grade 12, it reads as follows. The increase in the capacity of the economy to produce more of the goods and services. So we are talking of the increase. If you still remember, grade 12, we have the concept of economic growth and economic development. When we talk of economic development, we refer to an improvement in terms of the standard of living for the household. And then when we talk of the economic growth, we check the improvement in terms of the production of goods and services by the businesses. So in this regard, it means that our appropriate answer rate, because we have the floating or free exchange rate where there's no central bank intervention. So this one is going to be fixed exchange rate. Fixed exchange rate. Okay, right. So now moving on to 1.3.4, grade 12, it reads as follows. The increase in the capacity of the economy to produce more of the goods and services. So we are talking of the increase. If you still remember, grade 12, we have the concept of economic growth and economic development. When we talk of economic development, we refer to an improvement in terms of the standard of living for the household. And then when we talk of the economic growth, we check the improvement in terms of the production of goods and services by the businesses. So in this regard, it means that our appropriate answer is going to be economic growth. Why economic growth? Because economic growth, it takes into account an improvement in terms of the production of goods and services. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next question, we have 1.3.5, of which 1.3.5 reads as follows. The processing of natural resources into finished products. The processing of natural resources into finished product. This is nothing but manufacturing. This is manufacturing, because manufacturing, that's where we process what vectors of production to finish the goods and services. Okay, right. So now, grade 12. So now let's move on to 1.3.6. 1.3.6 reads as follows. The lowest interest rate charged by commercial banks to their best clients. So if you still remember, grade 12, we have different set of interest rates. We have the repo rate. The repo rate, it is the interest rate that's the South African Reserve Bank or the central banks do charge commercial banks whenever they take a loan from them. So now also we have the commercial banks. So these commercial banks, they do as well charge interest whenever their clients or the individuals or the households take a loan from them. Commercial banks, we refer to the likes of FNB, the likes of Capitec, the likes of Standard Bank, the likes of Times Bank, and many more. So now the interest rate that we are referring to in this regard is going to be the prime interest rate. Prime interest rate. Okay. We are going to discuss section B. And if you still remember, I always tell you that whenever you are faced with this section, make sure that you take your time to go through all the set of questions given before you can select the answer, or before you can select the question that you feel comfortable with. Okay. Another thing that you must always take into account, grade 12, is that each and every question under this section carries 40 marks, and the expectation is to spend 30 minutes on each question. Okay, right. So now, if we check our question 2, in particular 2.1, it reads as follows. Name any two vectors of production. If you still remember, grade 12, the vectors of production that we have land or natural resources. We also have capital. We also have labor. We also have entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship. Okay, right, grade 12. So now, why are these called vectors of production? These are called vectors of production because there's no processing or there's no manufacturing of goods and services that can actually take place without the use of these vectors. So that is why they are actually being considered as what as the backbone of production process. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question. Next question we have 2.1.2 and 2.1.2 reads as follows. Why is the inflation rate high during the prosperity phase of a business cycle? So now grade 12, if you still remember, when we talk of a business cycle will refer to the fluctuations of the economic activities or the downswings and upswings of the economic activities. So now here we have our trend line, and then here we have our turning point, which is upper and it's a peak, and then here we have our lower turning point, which is a trough. So if you still remember grade 12, so now when an economy takes off from a trough to the trend line, this is actually called the phase of recovery, because the economy is recovering from drought. So if you still remember, whenever the economy is under the drought, it means that businesses are not attaining enough profits, and also the households standard of living is not good at all. Also, we check on the side of the government. It also indicates that the government is not in a position to collect enough tax proceeds or enough tax revenue. So in that regard, it means that it is going to be a serious struggle for the government to end up fulfilling its mandate of offering grants. Okay, right. So now the moment these economic activities take over from the trend line towards the peak. So in this regard, we are saying that this is a prosperity phase. And then the moment the business activities are classified under the prosperity phase, it means that the economy is doing marvelously right or good. Okay, that is the indication that there is going to be experience of the economic growth as well as the economic development. So it means that at this level, we have most of the businesses having a lot of profits. We also have the household standard of living, which is good. That is the indication that businesses are making enough profits to an extent of creating job opportunities for households. And also businesses are going to be in the position to pay tax charges as expected by the government. Okay, right. So now the question wants to know, why is the inflation rate high during the prosperity phase of a prosperity phase of a business cycle? As we said it, grade 12, we said that this is because the market participants, market participants are doing, I told you, when we talk of the market participants, we are actually referring to the household, businesses or firms, the government, as well as the foreign sector. So it means that these market participants are doing fine. So we are saying that households as one of the market participants, and also firms as one of the market participants, and as well as the government, they are making a good initiative. So market participants are doing fine. So it means households or firms are making a lot of profits, and there is more of the exports than imports. Okay, right. So here we are saying that these households are doing fine. It means that there is a good standard of living for this household. Okay, right. So now, in that regard, it means that the economic activities are doing extremely well, and there's going to be a lot of money in circulation. And the moment there's a lot of money in circulation, it means that currency is going to lose the value. And the moment it loses value, it means that it is going to be a struggle on the side of consumers to buy goods and services, because the prices or the general prices of goods and services is going to persistently increase, or it is going to continuously increase. So in that regard, it means that it's going to be a challenge for the household or as well as the customers to buy goods and services. In the same manner, in that regard, it means that as well, businesses are going to struggle when it comes to buying of factors of production so as to process or manufacture goods and services. So now this is very apparent, or this is very clear that the cost of vectors of production on the side of the business is going to be very costly. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question, grade 12. The next question that we have 2.2, and 2.2 reads as follow. Start the graph below and answer the questions that follow. So grade 12, the moment you are given a diagram like this under economics, you should always make sure that you identify yourself with the concepts given, and also make sure that you understand the axis given. Either it can be the y-axis or axis. So if you check on our y-axis, we have monetary value in millions, and also on our axis we do have number of years from 2018 up until 2021. Okay, right, grade 12. So now the first question reads 2.2.1, and then it needs you to identify the year in which South Africa recorded the highest value of exports. So also you should be in the position to know the keywords or the key terms there. If you check, this is how exports are symbolized, and also this is how imports are symbolized. So it means that this represent our exports, and this represent our imports for 2018, and also for 2019 we have the number of exports we have, and as well as the number of imports. And then if we check as well for 2020, we as well have the exports there and the imports up until 2021. As well, if you check the behavior of the graph, this behavior of the graph, it is actually constant from 2018 to 2019. It means that there's no change. The volume of exports and the volume of imports for the years 2018 and 2019, they've been equivalent, or they've been the same. So, but starting from 2019 to 2021, there's been an increase in the level of exports, or the number of exports, or the volume of exports amongst the different set of countries. As well, if we check, the graph keeps on increasing from 2020 towards 2021, which is the clear indication that there's been an improvement in terms of the exportation of goods and services. Okay, right. So now, if you check here, you have to identify the year in which South Africa recorded the highest value of the value of exports, and this is how we denote our exports. And this is the graph of the exports, exports. So now, if we check here, the highest number of exports that we have is for 2021. So it means the appropriate answer in this regard is going to be 2021. Grade 12, if you still remember, the moment a question says identify, the expectation is to go straight to the given set of a diagram, or a given set of scenario, or a given set of a cartoon, so as to pick the answer there. It can actually say that identify when there's no answer given. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question, we have 2.2.2. And 2.2.2 reads as follows. Name the account in the balance of payments that records portfolio investment. If you still remember grade 12, the only account that we can actually record the portfolio investment is under the financial account of the balance of payment. If you still remember under this balance of payment, we have to record the transactions that are in line with the exports and imports of goods and services among different set of countries. So under this balance of payment, we have different set of accounts that records a different set of transaction. We have the likes of current account, we have the likes of financial account, we also have the likes of the capital transfer account. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question, grade 12. The next question reads as follows. We have 2.2.3. Briefly describe the term balance, the trade balance. So now if you still remember grade 12, when we talk of the trade balance, we refer to the value of exported goods plus net good exports less the value of the imported goods. So we simply mean that in this regard, we refer to the value of the exported goods, the value of the exported goods, plus good exports less the value of the imported goods. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question, grade 12. The next question, we have 2.2.4, and this 2.2.4 reads as follows. Explain the impact of electricity shortages on export volumes in South Africa. So grade 12, if you still remember, the moment we refer to export, we check or we take into account the selling of goods and services that has been locally produced in that particular economy, but instead of being consumed in that particular economy, they are now being sold to the rest or the spheres of the world, meaning they are actually being sold to other countries. Okay, right. So now, if we check the question says the impact. And if the question says the impact, it means that the expectation is to come up with both negatives or positives, meaning with both advantages or disadvantages of the electricity shortages on goods on goods and services that are supposed to be sold to other countries. Okay, sure. Okay, right. So now, in this regard, if there is a problem of load shedding or there is a problem of electricity shortages, that is the indication that for some of the businesses to produce or to manufacture goods and services is going to be a struggle. Why a struggle? Because most, if not all, of the businesses, they normally rely largely on electricity as an input when it comes to processing or manufacturing of goods and services. So the moment there is electricity struggle or there is a lack of electricity supply or there is shortage of electricity supply, that means that businesses are going to experience a challenge now when going to produce sufficient goods and services. So it means that in this regard, the volume of exports are going to decrease. Why decrease? Because now businesses are struggling to produce sufficient or efficient or enough goods and services. So we are saying that the volume of exports decrease. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next question. The next question, we have 2.2.5. And 2.2.5 reads as follows. How can the South African Reserve Bank reduce the balance of payments? So remember, grade 12, when we talk of the balance of payments, we are actually referring to a statement of a country's trade and financial transaction with the rest of the world over a particular time period. So It means that as well, in the South African balance of payments, one should always take note or take into account that we take the summary of the transaction of South African household firms as well as the governments. So now in this regard, if we have more of the imports than the exports, that is an indication that South African economy is struggling. And it is not advisable for each or to each and every economy to experience most of the imports than the exports. It means in that regard, that country is failing to produce enough goods and services to supply to its inhabitants as well as selling to the other spheres of the world. So now, for a South African Reserve Bank to reduce the BOP or balance of payment deficit, it means the South African economy has to actually aim at investing in some of the SMMEs or small, medium, and micro enterprises so as to boost economic growth, meaning that the volume or the volume of goods and services that are being produced locally, they are going to increase as per firm. As well, the South African economy should make sure that they encourage foreign direct investment so as to boost the creation of employment opportunities for the household or its inhabitants. So in that regard, if the households are in a position to come up with standard of living, then it means in that regard, an economy is going to experience what do you call economic development. Okay, right. So now moving on to 2.3. 2.3 reads as follows. Start the table below and answer the questions that follow. So now we are given this different set of transactions. We have national accounts for South Africa at current prices. We have the item. We have the compensation to employees. We have net operating surplus, consumption of fixed capital. We also have cross value added. The figure is there. We have taxes on production. We have subsidies on production. We have cross value added at basic prices, and the value is either that is unknown. We also have taxes on product, also subsidies on product as 14, as well as gross domestic product at market prices. Okay, right. So grade 12s, without even struggling to identify the type of national account method that has been used to calculate a GDP. Because of this word compensation of employees, it means that this is what employees are earning on their daily execution of duties or after executing duties or after completing a job or after a job has been done or after a service has been rendered. So because of this compensation, it shows that there's earning take place. So the moment there's earning take place, this calls us to what we call income. So now let's check the different set of questions given so as to identify if we can actually have the appropriate answer from the given set of transactions given in a table. Okay, right. So now the first question reads as follows. 2.3.1, identify in the table below the method used to calculate the gross domestic product. So the method that has been used here, as I've explained, it is the method of income. This is nothing but income method. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 2.3.2. So 2.3.2 reads as follows. Give one example of taxes on products. So if we check taxes on products, we are going to have the likes of value-added tax. We are also going to have the likes of import duties, and we are also going to have the likes of tax on exports. Okay, right. So we have tax on exports. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question, we have 2.3.2. 2.3.2 reads as follows. Briefly describe the term subsidy on production. So the moment we talk of the subsidy on production, this is nothing but the subsidies that are not linked to a specific goods or service. E.g., we or an example, we have subsidy paid on employment. So we are saying that these are subsidies that are not linked to specific goods or services. So we have an example. So an example, as I said earlier, that we can have the subsidy paid on employment. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question we have 2.3.4 and 2.3.4 reads as follows. Why is it important for a country to prepare national account aggregate? So now the country should prepare national account aggregate because it is or it should take into account measuring economic growth from one year to the next. Also, it should determine the standard of living in that particular country. So we are actually saying that this is measuring economic growth from one year to the next. And also, it means that we have determining the standard of living in a country. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question. The next question we have 2.3.5, where you're supposed to calculate the gross value added at the basic prices in the table shown above. So now if we check on the table shown above, what we should calculate is the missing value, which is A. Then expectation is to deal with these figures, meaning cost of value added at factor cost. We also have taxes on production. We have also subsidies on production. So it means that we are going to add this taxes on product. Also, we are going to subtract subsidies on product. So in short, we are going to say that we have what we have. We have 5, 4, 5, 3 plus 132 minus 12, and this takes us to what it takes us to 5,573 billion. So meaning we can say therefore our A is equivalent to 5,573. So now this is going to be our appropriate answer. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question is expecting us to come up with what? With the discussion between specialization as well as mass production as effects of international trade. So in this regard, we are going to explain what is this specialization, and also we are going to explain what is this mass production. We are as well going to explain what is this international trade. So in this regard, it means that we are going to check mass production. We are also going to check the international trade. So now, if you still remember, whenever we talk of the international trade, we refer to buying and selling of goods and services amongst the different set of countries. Also, when we talk of the mass production, we check the production of goods and services in larger quantities. And then we as well have what we as well have specialization. So specialization is where an economy is actually concentrating on producing a certain goods and services as compared to other countries. So if you still remember, it's different set of countries to have different resources. So in that regard, a country with higher resources, or a country that can actually produce a certain resource, engaging less expenditures or less expenses. So in that regard, it means that that particular country should focus largely on producing that particular kind of good and product. Why are we saying that? Because for that particular country to specialize in production of that particular product or that particular service, it means that it doesn't spend much on the inputs or on vectors of production, largely on namely labor, capital, entrepreneurship, as well as natural resource or land. Okay, right. So I did explain what is this specialization, and I did explain what is mass production, and I did explain what is this international trade. So now what we are going to check, we are going to check the effect of specialization on international trade. And we are also going to check the effect of mass production or international trade. So now when we talk of the effect of what the effect or the results of specialization on international trade is that specialization has actually brought an increase in terms of enhancement of different set of skills towards a labor force in different set of countries. Also, this specialization has actually came up with larger creation of job opportunities for businesses or firms. Also, for the countries to specialize in the production of a certain product, it means that that particular country is going to have more of the exports than imports. So in return, that is going to boost a positive influence on national income. Okay, right. So now let's check the effect of mass production on international trade. If we have the mass production and or in line with international trade, it means that that particular country or that is able to process goods and services in larger quantities. It means that it is going to sell to other countries. So the moment it does engage in efficient supply of goods and services to other countries, so that is going to help that particular country to gain what we call a competitive advantage when it comes to production of goods and services and compared to other countries. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question, which is 2.5. 2.5 needs how can the business cycle influence the use of fiscal policy in an economy. So now I'm going to explain this concept of the economy as well as the business cycles and the fiscal policy. When we talk of an economy under economics, we refer to four market participants or four market decision makers, namely household, firms or businesses or governments, as well as the foreign sector. So now, when we talk of the fiscal policy we refer to a policy where an institution of the state or an institution of the government is the one in charge of this policy. And the moment the government uses this policy, it is when it does want to stimulate the flow of goods and services. So now the instruments that the government normally use whenever it wants to stimulate the flow of goods and services, it does use the instrument of the government spending as well as the taxation. So it does depend whether the economy is under the drought or whether the economy is under the peak. So the moment the economy is under the drought, it means that now the government has to spend more and then reduce taxation. But the moment the economy is under a peak or boom, it means that economic activities are doing very well. So it means in that regard, the government has to lower its spending, but increase taxation. Okay. Also, we have the business cycle. If you still remember, when you talk about the business cycle, grade 12, we refer to upswings and downswings of the economic activities, or we refer to fluctuations of the economic activities. Okay, right. So now if you check, a question needs us to identify or to outline how can business cycle influence the use of the fiscal policy. So now, as I said, that it does depend on the status of the economy. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question that we have question 3. And then if we check the question 3 that we have 3.1.1 up until 3.5. Okay, right. So now 3.1.1 reads as follow. Give any 2 examples of basic services provided by the government. So what are the basic services that are provided by the government? Number 1, the government issue out what we call grants. It does issue what we call grants. It does issue what we call grants. It does issue what we call grants. And also the government, one of the examples of basic services that are provided by the government is what we call subsidies. We have subsidies and the like. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question that we have 3.1.2. 3.1.2 reads as follows. How can the integrated manufacturing strategy promote industrialization in South Africa? So still remember, grade 12, the moment we talk of the industrialization, or the moment we talk of an industry, we refer to group of firms that sell the same product. So in this regard, it means that here in South Africa, we have different set of industries. We have businesses that are selling clothing, and then those businesses are categorized as a clothing industry. And we also have businesses that are selling food, and those businesses that are selling food are categorized under food industry. And we also have businesses that are dealing with extraction of minerals, and those particular businesses that are classified under what we call a mining sector. Okay, right. So now, mining industry. Okay, so now it tells if the government, if you still remember, the government, it is trying to spend or invest more on this industrial development. Why? Because it does have a belief, or it does have that a different mindset that the moment they spend much in this industry, then there is going to be a creation of employment for its inhabitants, and as well there is going to be economic growth as well as economic development. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question we have 3.2.1 and 3.2.1 reads as follow. Study the cartoon below and answer the questions that follow. So if we check the cartoon grade 12 that we have South Africa's growth and development policies. So now remember, under economics, the moment we talk of growth, we refer to what? We refer to improvement in terms of production of goods and services by businesses. Also, the moment we talk of development, that means we refer to improvement on goods and services. Improvement on the standard of living for household. So now, if we check the given cartoon, we have different messages given there, and then we also have a symbol of a human being there. So now, the message given, we need to address the challenge that Black economic empowerment face, and then we also have broad-based Black economic empowerment. So we also have corruption there. This is corruption, and then we also have Employment Equity Act, and then we also have South African businesses. Also, how about some help? So now we also have this given set of message. Okay, grade 12, know that before you can even jump onto answering any question, you should always make sure that you understand the message that is actually being portrayed by the given cartoon. Okay, right. So now checking the question in line with 3.2.1, it reads as follow: identify the redress policy that aims to eliminate an unfair and unfair an unfair unfair what an unfair discrimination in South African workplace. So now, if you still remember grade 12, so now the moment we talk of what, the moment we talk of what we talk of elimination, we talk of unfair discrimination, we also talk of the workplace. So these are the key concepts that you should always take into account, as well as the redress policy taken into consideration. Okay, right. So now the question reads: identify a redress policy that aims to get rid or to eliminate unfair discrimination in South African workplace. So now, if you still remember, when we talk of unfair or when we talk of the discrimination, it means that a different set of individuals at the workplace, they are not treated in the same manner, or they are not treated equally. It be given what the color of their skin, it can be given the language that they speak, it can as well be in line with the age, it can as well be in line with the gender. So there can be different set of reasons why individuals shouldn't be unfairly treated. Okay, so now the appropriate answer that we have for this question, as the question says, identify. So now we have to go to the scenario given, and then we come up with the answer. So our appropriate answer is Employment Equity Act. So this is Employment Equity Act. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question, we have 3.2.2. Name one measure used to promote the efficiency of the market. So now, grade 12, what do we mean by the efficiency of the market? And then as well, we have to check the measure that we can put into account, as well as how to enhance or improve the efficiency of the market. What do we mean by the efficiency of the market, or a word efficiency? When we talk of a word efficiency, it means that there are no or there's no wastage of resources in that particular production of goods and services. Also, it means that whatsoever businesses have actually manufactured, or whatsoever businesses have actually processed with the aim of supplying, does match with the level of demand for those goods and services. So now, if we check, the question needs what needs one measure used to improve the efficiency of the market. And when we talk of the markets, grade 12, still remember the markets, we refer to what? We refer to a platform where goods and services are being bought and sold. And this market that you are referring to, it means that transaction can actually be performed in different set of manner. Transaction can be performed in a physical place, where we say we have a physical market as well. Transactions can be performed electronically. That's where we say we have electronic market. Okay, right. So now, grade 12, you should always bear in mind that in a particular economy, or in any set of economy, we should always try by all means to make sure that demand is always equivalent to supply. Why should it be the case? Because the moment demand is different from supply, or the moment there is mismatch between demand and supply, this will result in market failure. This will result in market failure. So that is why it is always advisable to make sure that demand is always equivalent to supply. Okay, right. So now let's check 3.2.3. 3.2.3 reads as follows. Briefly describe the term economic development. Grade 12, when we talk of economic development takes into account the approach towards the household. So it means when you talk of the economic development, we should always make sure that we take the household into account. Any argument that you are putting on the table, or any argument that we are actually raising our opinion or our force towards, should always address the issue of the household. So when you talk of the economic development, we refer to improvement in terms of the standard of living of the household. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question, grade 12. The next question that we have 3.2.4 that is as follows. How can the government use taxation to promote business efficiency? So guys, remember when we talk of a word efficiency, or when you talk of a word government, and when you talk of a word taxation, I'm going to explain what they do mean. Government, you refer to a state, or we refer to a different set of bodies that are always occupying the driver's seat of the economy. So then the government comprises of different set of bodies like the society. Society forms part of the government. We also have bureaucrats. Bureaucrats also form part of the government. We also have politicians. Politicians as well form part of the government. We also have chiefs and the like. So taxation, we refer to a levy that the government normally put on the consumption of goods and services, and a levy or a charge can either be direct or indirect. Okay, so efficiency, as I did explain earlier, grade 12, that when we talk of efficiency, we always check where resources are not wasted. So how can the government use taxation to promote business efficiency? Meaning, how can the government use taxation to make sure that businesses don't waste resources? So now, what the government can actually use, if you still remember, taxation is one of the instruments of the fiscal policy, and fiscal policy is the policy that the government normally uses so as to stimulate the flow of goods and services, also as to stimulate the economy. So now it does depend whether the economy is at a boom or a trough that will call for the use of this fiscal policy in line with its instruments, taxation, and government spending. So the moment businesses are doing fine, so if they are doing fine, meaning they are successful, meaning they are collecting enough profits, it means that in that regard, the government has to charge more of the taxes, and then they must lower the government spending. So if businesses are generating enough profit, then tax charge is going to be high. Also, if businesses are generating less profits, in that regard, it means that the tax charge is going to be less. Okay, right. So now let's move on to grade 12 to the next question, which is 3.2.5, and it reads as follows. Explain the challenges in the implementation of broad-based Black economic empowerment. So I'm going to explain to you this broad-based Black economic empowerment. This broad-based Black economic empowerment, it is one of the acts that ANC drafted in 1994 after it has won the election. Okay, right. So now Black economic empowerment, broad-based Black economic empowerment was to address the issue of the well-disadvantaged Black people. Remember, during the apartheid era, before 1994, Black people, they were mostly disadvantaged. So the moment ANC came into power, it did make sure that it revised those legislation, just like the one like the broad-based Black economic empowerment, where it has 3 pillars, and where it says that Black people should always as well have managerial position. Also, Black people should own, meaning lands. This also ownership. Also, it does address the issue of skills development, the skills development of Black people. Also, it does address what the supply of goods and services by Black people, supply of goods and services by Black people. By Black people. Okay, so now these are the 4 major pillars of the broad-based Black economic empowerment. Before ANC came into power, or before 1994, Black people were not given the platform as well to occupy managerial positions. So also Black people were not given any chance of ownership. Also Black people were not given any chance of skills development. Also Black people were not given a chance to supply goods and services. So now broad-based Black economic empowerment came to address or those issues that I've actually mentioned. Okay, right, great talks. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question you have 3.3. So now, if you still remember, the moment you are given this a set of a scenario, you should always make sure that you go through the given scenario to understand the message that has been portrayed in that scenario. Okay, right. So now study the graph, the extract below and answer the questions that follow. So foreign direct investment in South Africa compared to other African countries, the potential attractiveness of South Africa is high. Foreign investments increased over the years and are responsible for job creation and as well as wealth creation, economic growth. So most of the foreign direct investment inflows are directed to financial, mining, manufacturing, transportation, and retail sectors. So Beijing automotive industry, BMW, Nissan, Ministry Renewal, and Ministry Renewal Energy have been the largest investor in recent years. Okay, so it means that we have the larger investors recent years. These are the larger investors in recent years. So now let's check what the question wants. The question says, identify one benefit of foreign direct investment to an economy. The one of the benefit is that there's going to be job creation. There is going to be job creation. That it can be one of the advantages. So now the second question reads as follows: name the financial incentive provided by the government. Name the financial incentive. Name the financial incentive provided by the government to attract new foreign investors in South Africa. So what they are going to say is what? Less tax charge. So they are going to what? They are going to charge them less tax, and also they are going to what? They are going to give the subsidies. They are going to give the subsidies as well. Also, they will give a platform for those particular investors to give any donation to the existing South African economy. So the moment they give out their donation, it means that there's going to be lesser tax charge. For typical example, if you check big businesses like MTN, Total Sport, Engine, Shell, they have actually engaged in sponsoring soccer teams. Why are they doing that? They're sponsoring soccer teams because they want the government to charge them less tax rates. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 3.3. 3.3 addresses the issue of industrial development. So when we talk of the industrial development, we refer to what? We refer to improvement of the businesses that are selling the same product. Okay, right. So if you still remember grade 12, this one of the industrial development, I've been explaining it even in a previous question. So now I said it that South Africa is an economy. It has discovered that the secondary sector has the potential of contributing largely towards GDP. So that is why it has aimed at what investing most of its funds under the secondary sector in line with the factories and the likes, because they have seen that that sector is one of the powerful sectors when it comes to absorption of South African labor. Job creations opportunities are much there available under industrial development. That is why an economy is aiming at improving such a sector. Okay, right. So now the next question we have 3.4. So 3.4 reads as follows. Why is the manufacturing sector important to the economy? Manufacturing sector is important to the economy because that's the sector where goods and services are processed. That's the secondary sector. And as I said earlier, or in the previous question, that this manufacturing sector is the secondary sector, and there's a belief that this sector has a large contribution when it comes to creation of employment in South African economy. So now, why is the manufacturing sector important to the economy? Remember, Great Talks, I did say it earlier that whenever we talk over an economy and the economics, it means we refer to the household, we refer to firms, we refer to government as well as the foreign sector. So the moment manufacturing sector is powerful in that particular economy, it means that there is going to be the creation of job opportunities for household. Also, there is going to be a supply of finished goods or semi-finished goods to the service sector or to other sectors. Also, on the side of the government, the moment there is a manufacturing sector that is so powerful, it means that the government as well can be in the position to put their charge there as well, so that they can also have the tax proceeds, so that they can be able to give out transfers or grants to its inhabitants. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 3.5. So 3.3.5 reads as follows. Explain the vectors that may influence the success of the industrial development zones. So in South Africa, negatively. It says, explain the vectors that may influence the success of industrial development zones in South Africa negatively. So it means that the question, Christoph. So what I was actually trying to say is that whenever you are answering economics questions, you should always be in the position to understand what a question means or to interpret a question, because the moment you fail to interpret the question, it's going to be a huge challenge for you to understand how you must approach that particular question. Okay, right. If you take this question says, explain the vectors that influence the success of development zones in South Africa negatively. So it means we must check the vectors that prevent industrial development in South Africa. So if we check some of those vectors that we have poor management of the resources. The fact that there are poor management of resources in South Africa, so that is as well going to hinder the progress of industrial development zones. As well, if we check that here in South Africa, we have a lot of poor use of the resources, as well as poor managing of the resources. And if resources are poorly managed, and if resources they are not wisely used, so that means that that is going to stop or hinder the success towards industrial development zones. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question, which is 3.4. And 3.4 grade 12 reads as follows. Briefly discuss the term trade. Briefly discuss the terms of trade and the exchange rate as economic indicators related to foreign trade. Okay, so now when we talk of the foreign trade, it means now here we check the interaction of a different set of countries in line with the flow of goods and services. So now also we check whether there can be easy flow of goods and services amongst countries. when we take into account the exchange rate as well as the terms of trade. Okay, right. The exchange rate, when we talk of the exchange rate, in order for what the foreign trade to be likely a success, it means that when the currency, one of the currencies compared to the other should be powerful currencies. And then the moment those currencies are powerful, or they allow one another to exchange in terms or in line with forex, then it means that for those countries to trade with one another is going to be not a struggle. Why? Because it can easily be be not of a great challenge to convert one currency to the next. It means that for an economy of for the inhabitants of a particular country to buy from another country or another economy, it is not a struggle for them to exchange the currencies or to convert the currencies. So the moment there's no struggle for them in terms of converting currencies from their origin currency to the currency of the countries where they will be dealing with the trade, then in that regard, there is going to be a trade or flow of goods and services amongst the different set of currencies. So now, in short, this exchange rate it addresses the easiest way to convert currencies when transactions are performed. It shouldn't be a struggle. There should be a flexibility. Okay, right. So now let's check terms of trade. So now here, what we are actually taking into account is that for each and every country to buy from another country, so there shouldn't be a lot of restrictions on exports or a lot of restrictions on imports. Meaning, if there are quotas, there shouldn't be too much heavy on quotas, or there shouldn't be too much custom duties to be paid. Okay, right. It means that there is an influence, or there is much influence towards much influence towards the flow of goods and services. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 3.5. Analyze the impact of low economic growth on South African economy. Remember, when you talk of economic growth, we refer to what? We refer to improvement of goods and services by businesses, improvement of production of goods and services by businesses. So if there is low economic growth, it means that processing or manufacturing of goods and services is very slow. So that means that there is going to be lesser profit attainment by businesses. So in that regard, businesses are not going to be able to expand. And the moment businesses are not able to expand, it means that there is going to be failure in terms of creation of employment opportunities. So also, the government is not going to be in a position to collect tax proceeds or tax revenues. And also, an economy is going to struggle to produce goods and services that are enough to supply to local people as well as selling to other countries. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the last question, which is question 4. We have 4.1. 4.1.1 reads as follows: name two characteristics of countries in the south. So if you still remember what we have the northern countries as well as the south countries. There is a belief that most of the north countries are countries that actually developed, but most of the southern countries are countries that are less developed. So now, if you check the characteristics of southern countries, those countries that are less developed, it means that there is higher fertility rate. There's also lower literacy level or literacy rate. Also, there is short life expectancy, and the likes. There's as well higher death rate, and as well as higher birth rate. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 4.1.2. How can an increase in the population income level increase the demands for imports? So the moment there is an increase in population, that is, how can an increase in the population's income levels influence the demand for imports? The moment local inhabitants or the household income is high, it means that now there's going to be a desire or a need for them to buy the normal goods, not the inferior goods. Most of the inferior goods they normally spend on inferior goods when they have lesser income. But the moment household or the moment population has higher income levels, it means now there's going to be a demand for normal goods. And if there is higher demand for normal goods, that is going to influence most of the local people to demand to buy goods and services from other countries. Why is that the case? Because now they can afford to buy from those countries. They can even have money to pay even the custom duties. Okay, right. Let's move on to the next question. The next question we have 4.2. The 4.2 reads as follows: study the graph below and answer the question that follow. Effect of demand side and supply side policies. So if we check, we have aggregate supply, we as well have aggregate demand. Under economics, the moment we talk of aggregate demand or aggregate supply, we talk of the totals. So now the aggregate demand curve is downward sloping, showing that there is an inverse relationship between the price of a product and the quantity demand of the product. The higher the price, the lesser the quantity demanded. As well, we have the upward sloping of the aggregate supply, showing that there is a positive relationship between the supply of the product, the quantity supplied, as well as the price of the product. The higher the price of the product, the higher the quantity supplied. Okay, let's check 4.2.1. Identify the original equilibrium point in the graph above. So if we check the graphs above here, we have what we have this as the original what as our original supply curve, and then we also have this as our original demand curve. So it means that our original equilibrium is going to be at this point where we have Q and Q. Identify the original equilibrium point in the graph above. That's where we have Q, comma P. So that is going to be our original what? Our original what equilibrium at what? At point E. Okay, right. So now let's move on, grade 12. We move on to 4.2.2. Name one instrument of the monetary policy. One of the instruments of the monetary policy, we have the interest rate, as well as the money supply. We also have what you call money supply. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the second question, or the next question, where we have the business cycle. So the moment we talk of the business cycle, we refer to fluctuations, and we refer to fluctuations of the business activities, or we refer to upswings and downswings of the economic activities. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. We have 4.2.4. How can competition stimulate aggregate supply? So, okay, right. So now the moment you talk of competition we refer to a situation where most businesses, they're selling the same product. It can either be with the same quality or the same quantity or the same price, but the fact is they're selling the same product. So now, how can competition stimulate aggregate supply? If there is too much competition in an economy, it means that there is going to be an influence or the outward shift of the aggregate supply from aggregate supply from AS to AS1. So in that regard, it means that the moment there is higher competition, that is going to influence an increase or the outward shift on the aggregate supply. Okay, right. Let's check our 4.2.3. 5. 4.2.5 reads as follows: explain the effect of demand side and then supply side policies on the general price level and the real output with reference to the graph above. So, okay, right. So now if we check here, the question wants us to do what? The question wants us to give the explanation. Explain the effect of demand side and supply side policies on the general price level and real output with reference to the graph above. Okay, right. Let's check the effect of demand side and supply side policies. Okay, if we check originally in this graph, we're having the original supply, aggregate supply curve as AS, and also we're having original aggregate demand curve as AD, and then the equilibrium was at E, meaning this was our first equilibrium. So now if there is an increase on the demand side and supply side approach, that influenced prices to shift from P1 to P, from P to P1, and also that forced our quantity to shift from Q to Q1, making it equilibrium also to move from E to E1. Also, those prices, they do influence what they do influence what they aggregate. It did influence what the quantity to move from Q1 to Q2. So that means that as well the price is going to remain the same as what at P. So that is why we end up having this shift, and as well we end up having the shift under aggregate demand. Okay, right. So now let's check our 4.3. Identify the information below and answer the questions that follow. If we check here, we have the population is given there. We also have the population demographics for South Africa in 2022. We have the population there as well as the population as well. So now we also have a male as well as the female side. So now we have the age group under our y-axis, and then we also have our population percentage under our x-axis. So the question says, the question reads as follows: 4.3.1, identify the population percentage of females in the age group 15 to 65. So now let's check the age group between 15 to 65. Let's check, identify the population percentage. Population percentage, meaning we are going to check this side. Population percentage of females in the age group 30 to 40. Let's check 30 to 34, meaning this is 30 to 34. So this is our 30 to 34. So now the question wants what? To check what the percentage of what to check the percentage of identify the population percentage of females in the age group 30 to 34. So now it means that the population percentage that we have is going to be 4.7%. So now our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be 4.7%. So now let's move on to 4.3.2. Give an economic term that refers to the population age group 15 to 65. That is what? That is economically active population. We have economically active population. So now let's check 4.3.3. Briefly describe the time life expectancy. When we talk of the life expectancy, we check out the number of years an individual is expected to live from the day they were born up until the day they die. Okay, now let's check 4.3.4. Explain the impact of malnutrition on the child mortality rate. So the moment there is malnutrition, it means that there's not a proper diet towards that kids. So the higher the malnutrition rate, then it means that we are going to have what? A higher mortality rate. So it means that the moment you have a lot of malnutrition or a lot of kids not eating what balanced diet plate, that is going to cause the number of higher percentages in terms of the mortality rate. So now let's hear 4.3.5. Why is the population size important to businesses or the government? So the government and businesses have to know the number of the individuals that can be available, that can be available to come to buy or to come to support them. The government has to know the number of population size, so that whenever they draft the rules and the regulations or the policies, they should know the number of people or the number of inhabitants that they do have. So let's check 4.4. Discuss a special development initiative that South Africa and Cuba's efforts in regional development. So now, if you check in South Africa has a potential of exporting more of the manufactured goods and services to the other countries. That is why South Africa, it is actually advisable for them to always channel most of their monies, or to channel most of their assets, or to channel most of their resources towards the improvement of the industries, or towards the improvement of the secondary sector. So, okay, the last question, but not the least, analyze the relationship between the financial sector and the participants in the circular flow model. So the circular flow model, we refer to what we refer to flow of production, flow of income, as well as flow of expenditure. So now when you talk of the financial sector, we refer to what? We refer to the money market, as well as the capital market. If you still remember, under money market, that's where the short-term loans are being traded, but under the capital market, that's where the long-term loans are traded. So in short, if we have the powerful financial sector in our economy, it means that we are going to attract most of the foreign direct investment. And the moment an economy has most of the foreign direct investment, it means that local businesses are going to improve. Also, there is going to be a creation of employment. Section C reads as follows: answer any one of the questions in this section. So in your answer book provided. So now if we check grade 12s, we have question 5. Question 5, we have the macroeconomics. So if you still remember grade 12, under this economics, we do have what? We do have microeconomics as well as macroeconomics. So when we talk of the macroeconomics, we always refer to what we refer to an economy as a whole, while micro we only refer to individual firms. Okay, right. So now, grade 12, if you check this type of a question, we have what we have, the question that carries 26 marks and the question that carries 10 marks. So already this is going to give you a lead on how best you can structure your essay. So here, what you need is to write an introduction. Already this introduction, grade 12, if you remember, under introduction, you should always give the definition of the concept under study. So in this regard, we are going to give the definition of a public sector. So now we also have the main body of the paper. And in this regard, our main body of the paper is going to be 26 marks question. So this is going to be our main body question. While this one of 10 marks is going to be our additional part of our essay. Okay, right, grade 12. Then from there, you should what? Provide with your conclusion. So if you still remember grade 12, whenever you write the conclusion, you are not expected to repeat whatsoever a concept that you have discussed in your body, and also what you have discussed in your additional part, as well as the introduction. So now, as I said earlier, in this regard, we are going to check what? We are going to check our introduction. So the introduction that we are going to have, we are going to explain what is a public sector or a state. So under introduction, you are going to say that the state is a body that governs and regulates the functioning of its economy. And it also plays a potential role in providing the economy with its basic important needs. So that explanation, you are going to get full 2 marks. I'll come again on under the introduction. Under the introduction, we say that the state is a body that governs or regulates the functioning of its economy, and also plays a potential role in providing its economy with its basic and important needs. So that is 2 marks. So now, moving on to the body, we are going to have main body, and then we are also going to have additional part. So now the main body, we are going to have what? We are going to have those concepts that from the objectives of the public. So now we have mnemonics. So in this mnemonics that we have FEPE. We have FEPE. It means that one of the objectives of the public sector, number 1, is full employment. Number 2, we have economic growth. Number 3, we have price stability. Number 4, we do have economic equity. So now moving on to number 5, we have exchange rate. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let me explain this FEPE to you. When we talk of the full employment, this full employment, we check the full employment in a condition where all people are looking for a job and can find one. Also, we check the government should always be trying to attain high levels of employment in the country. Also, we check the current rate of unemployment is estimated as 27.6%. Okay, right. We also check that the rate of unemployment has unfortunately increased in South Africa over the past years. Also, we check the gear strategy was implemented by the government with the purpose to create a climate conducive to employment creation, mainly by the private sector. Okay, right. So now moving on to the objective of economic growth. Economic growth is referred to as an increase in the production of goods and services produced by the country in a specified time period. Okay, right. So now this economic growth is measured in real gross domestic product. So for economic growth to occur, economic growth rate must be higher than the population growth rate. Okay, right. So now this economic growth, if used for purposes of development, it improves the economic welfare of the country's inhabitants. When we talk of the country's inhabitants, actually we are referring to the households that are living in there as well as the plants. Okay, right. So now we also have the objective of the price stability. So the South African Reserve Bank has implemented a policy of keeping inflation within the targeting rate of 3 to 6%. So still remember, if grade 12, surely grade 12, you still remember that the target range of inflation in South Africa, it is between 3 to 6%. So now also we must check that the market economies produce better results in terms of growth and development if the inflation rate is actually stable. So interest rates are the main instrument used to stabilize prices. So the stable budget deficit also has a stabilizing effect on the rate of inflation. Okay, right. So now let's check economic equity as one of the objectives of the public sector. So redistribution of income and wealth is essential in the market economies. So the South African government uses the progressive tax system to redistribute income. So now taxes on profits, progressive income tax, and tax on wealth are taxes used to finance their public services and social security grants. So if you still remember, grade 12 here in South Africa, we have a lot of transfers. We have different set of grants. We have old age plans. We have unemployment plans. We also have grants for people actually having a child or child plans. Okay, right. So now, grade 12, we can also move on to an objective of the public sector, or the objective of the state as exchange rate stability. We need the stability when it comes to forex. Okay, right. So the government manages the economy through effective fiscal and monetary policies so as to stabilize the country's exchange rate. So depreciation and appreciation of the currency could create uncertainties for the currency and should always be limited. Okay, right. So South African government uses the free-floating exchange rate system. Why is it advisable for South African government to always use free-floating exchange rate system? Okay, grade 12. That is your assignment. Go visit different resources or go undertake your research, because on economics we always base ourselves on researchers or not assumptions. Okay, right, grade 12. So now if we check our additional part, we have to evaluate the impact of privatization of state-owned enterprises plus state house on the South African economy. So grade 12, if you still remember, in economics, when you talk of the economy, we refer to the market participants, which is household, businesses or firms. We also talk of the government as well as the foreign sector. So in this regard, the question needs us to give the impact, either be positive or negative, of changing government institution to become private institution. So now in most cases, grade 12, as you know that under public sector, we have the problem of this public sector. Most of the institutions under public sector, they do fail. Why do they always fail? Because of corruption, because of apathy, because of poor management of resources, also because of lack of skills in a governmental institution. So now, grade 12, if you know that the moment we change these institutions from being owned by the government towards being owned by the private. That is going to boost what the economy of South Africa. How is that so? The moment the governmental institutions are now being operated or managed under the private sector, it means that there is going to be creation of employment opportunities for household. So in that regard, the standard of living for household is going to improve. And also on the side of the businesses, the moment there is flexibility of these institutions being managed by the individuals, so it means that okay, grade 12s. Okay. So now, as I said earlier, that whenever we are dealing with these governmental institutions are being changed to private institution, this is going to actually help the household in terms of the creation of employment, and also businesses. They are going to go to make a lot of profit, and also the government is going to be in the position to collect enough tax proceeds or enough tax revenue. After that, it can actually give out grants. Okay, right, grade 12. Also, we check the side of the foreign sector. Also, in the foreign sector, it means that local businesses are going to produce the excess of goods and services that is going to be sold to the rest of the world, or that is going to be sold to the other spheres of the world. Okay, right. So now, when it comes to conclusion, grade 12, in conclusion, we are actually going to say that in conclusion, it is very important that the state improves its functioning from time to time so as to avoid the economy's instability, so as to bring about the desired development. I'll come again on our conclusion. Remember, I told you that on the conclusion, you should make sure that you don't write on aspects or concepts that you have actually discussed in the body of your discussion or of your essay. So we said that under conclusion, we can actually approach it in this manner. It is very important that the state improves its functioning from the time to time, so as to avoid the economic instability, so as to bring about desired development. Okay, grade 12. So now we are done with our essay. So now let's move on to question 6, grade 12. If we check our question 6, grade 12, question 6 reads as follows. Discuss in detail export promotion as a South African international policy. If you still remember, I told you that this 26 marks is going to be your main body, and then for this 10 marks is going to be your additional part. So now you remember that you should only provide with your conclusion in this regard, and then your introduction. So under introduction, and make sure that you define or you give the definition of the concept under study. So now the question says, discuss in detail export promotion as South Africa's international trade policy. Grade 12, if you still remember, whenever we talk of the international trade, we refer to buying and selling of goods and services amongst the different set of countries. So now export promotion, this is nothing but we advocate for most of the economies or most of the countries to export more of the goods and services than they do import. So now our introduction in this regard is going to be as follows. Export promotion involves the government paying incentives or subsidies so as to promote the production of goods and services locally that can be exported. I'll come again. When you talk of the export promotion involves the government paying incentives or subsidies to promote the production of goods and services locally that can be actually exported. So now, if we check our South African international policy, we have to take into account some reasons as well as methods, and then the disadvantages of that. Okay, right, grade 12. So now here The reasons for international trade. One of the reasons is that export promotion measures lower the cost of production, which makes it easier to compete on the international market. Also, other reasons can be achieve significant export-led economic growth or value-added products. Also, another reason, export enlarges production capacity of a country because more and larger manufacturing industries are established or prices decrease through mass production. As well, we must check the first step to export-led economic growth is to implement policies that encourage the establishment of industries to produce goods and services for export market. Okay, right, Kritovs. So another reason can be export makes as much larger than domestic market, and we must drastically improve on quality goods to compete globally. So another reason can be exports are used to pay for the needed imported goods, which improves the balance of payment. Another one, export promotion also leads to improved trade relations, such as for BRICS and the new Africa agreement. Okay, right, great talks. So now let's check the methods for export promotion. So exports are promoted through incentives, export incentives, including information on export market research with regard to new markets, concessions or transport charges, export credit and export credit guarantees, and publicity commenting on successful exporters. As well, exports are promoted through incentives will encourage manufacturers to export and increase volume of their production. Also, we have to take into account trade missions that help to market South African products abroad and supply South African companies with information about potential markets. Also, direct subsidies describes as a direct because it involves government expenditure. An example can be cash payments to exporters, refunds on import tariffs, and employment subsidies. So also the aim is to increase the competitiveness of exporting company so as to reduce the cost of production and export established overseas markets. Also, indirect subsidies are regarded as indirect because it results in the government receiving less revenue. An example, we have general tax rebates, tax concessions on profit earned from exports or capital invested to produce export goods or refunding of certain taxes. For a typical example, we have custom duties on imported goods used in the manufacturing process. Also, subsidies allows companies to lower their prices and enable them to compete in international markets. So also, a challenge for governments to design incentives and subsidies in such a way that prices of exports can be actually viewed as dumping prices. Also, trade neutrality. Trade neutrality can be achieved if incentives in favor of export promotion are introduced or to the point that neutralizes the impact of protectionist measures in place. For a typical example, subsidies equal to magnitude of import duties can be paid. As well, we check the export processing zones. Is free trade enclave within a protected area, is fenced and controlled industrial park that falls outside domestic customs area and usually located near harbor or airport. Also, we must check the disadvantages of this export promotion. Real cost of promotion, subsidies and incentives reduce total cost of production, which must be made from sales. Real cost is actually that's consumed by the subsidies, and products couldn't actually cannot compete in other open market. So also lack of competition, businesses charge prices that are low, that they force competitors out of the market. Increase tariffs and quotas can be against spread of provision of World Trade Organization. So overseas competitors retaliate with tariffs and quotas while goods are sold domestically below their real cost of production, export subsidies, and dumping. So in this regard, protection of labor-intensive industries, developed countries maintain high levels of effective protection of the industries that produce labor-intensive goods in which developed countries already have or can actually achieve comparative advantage. So as well, withdrawal of incentives often leads to closure of affected companies. Also, intense incentives are often led to inefficiency in the production process since companies don't have to do their best so as to compare. Okay, right, grade 12. So now if we check our additional part in this regard, additional part reads, how can South African benefit from being part of the various trade protocols as the Southern African Development Community, or SADC? So let's check how South Africa is going to benefit the moment it does globalize with other countries, the moment it does engage in different set of activities with other countries. Number one, there is going to be creation of employment. Number two, there is going to be transfer of skills. Number three, there is going to be improvement of production of goods and services. Number three, there is going to be a copy when it comes to the behavior of businesses when they use different set of technology. In short, there is going to be adaptation or copy or learning in terms of recent technology or technologies that are actually being used. So now, grade 12, let's check the conclusion of this essay that we have. So the conclusion can go as follows. South Africa's international trade policy facilitates globalization, thereby impacting positively on the balance of payment. I'll come again. South Africa's international trade policy facilitates globalization, thereby impacting positively on the balance of trade. Thank you very much, grade 12. Okay, right. So now, remember grade 12s, I always tell you that before you can jump onto answering questions, you should always make sure that you go through the set of instructions and information given. So now the structure of the question paper under economics, it has 3 sections. Section A, we have questions that are compulsory and they carry 30 marks, while in section B, we have 3 questions. You're expected to only answer 2 questions, of which 1 question carries 40 marks. While in section C, you're expected to answer only 1 question that carries 40 marks. So now moving on to the second instruction and information, answer only the required number of questions, and answers in excess of the required number will not be marked. So now we have number 3, number the answers correctly according to the numbering system used in this question paper. So now this one, grade 12, is so important to be followed. Always make sure that you follow the numbering system answered on a question paper, in a question paper. I know most of you guys, you have the tendency of studying with section C, of which when you study with section C, make sure that you leave a space for other questions. Don't study with section C on the first page, because once you do that, it will be the indication that you would have failed to follow the instructions and information as expected. Okay, right. So now number 4, write the question number above as the answer or under each and every answer. Okay, right. 5, read the questions carefully. 6, start each question on a new page. I know most of you grade 12s, you have a challenge when it comes to studying a new question on a fresh page. Know that if you fail to follow the instructions, it means that you have failed to answer the questions appropriately. So 7, leave 2 to 3 lines between subsections of the question paper. So now also for 8, answer the questions in full sentence and ensure that the format, content, and context of your responses comply with the cognitive requirements of the questions. Number 9, use only blue or blue ink. Number 10, you may use a non-programmable pocket calculator. And the last but not the least, number 11, write neatly and legibly. Okay, right, grade 12. So now we have section A. As I said, that section A is compulsory and it carries 30 marks, and the expectation is to spend maximum of 20 minutes on this question. Make sure that grade 12s, you always time yourselves whenever you are answering economic questions. Okay, right. So now question 1 reads as follows. As in particular 1.1, various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. Choose the answer and write only the letter from A to D. An example is given. And next to the question numbers, also have an example there is 1.1.1 to 1.1.8 in the answer book provided. So the typical example, we have 1.1.9 is D, an option. Okay, right. So now 1.1.1 reads as follows. A deliberate action by the government to increase the value of currency is known as revaluation. So it means in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be A. Okay, right, great talk. So now moving on to the next question. Next question we have 1.1.2. 1.1.2 reads as follows. 1.1.2 business cycles that last from 7 to 11 years caused by the changes in net investment are known as Jagla. So great talks, if you still remember, I always tell you that whenever you are dealing with questions under economics, make sure that you apply elimination method. You compare all the given set of options before you can select the appropriate answer that you think can help you to score more marks. Okay, right. So now moving on to 1.1.3, it reads as follows. The relationship between the tax rate and the tax revenue for the government is illustrated by the dash curve. So our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be B, which is the lever curve. Okay, right. So now moving on to 1.1.4, it reads as follows. If the value of the marginal propensity to consume is 0.6, then the value of the marginal propensity to save will be dash. Okay, right. So now this concept, I'm going to expand these two concepts, grade 12, marginal propensity to consume as well as marginal propensity to save. Why do I think there's a need to explain these two concepts? Because I've seen that most of you grade 12s, you have the challenge when it comes to the multiplier. And that multiplier calculation, if you still remember, it does engage in different set of the formulas so as to calculate the expected multiplier in each and every economy or nation or a country. So when we talk of the marginal propensity to consume, we refer to additional income that household choose to spend on buying goods and services. So this one should be clear, grade 12s, that marginal propensity to consume, it is that only an additional income. It has nothing to do with your salary. Okay, right. So now when it comes to marginal propensity to save, marginal propensity to save is nothing but an additional income that household choose to save or choose to put aside instead of spending on goods and services. Okay, right. So now, if you still remember, grade 12s, whenever we calculate the multiplier is always 1 minus the marginal propensity to consume, or also we can engage in this formula where we have 1 over marginal propensity to consume. If you check these two formulas, grade 12s, you can see that our denominator, we have MPC being equivalent to, MS, this is supposed to be as grade 12s. We have MPS, which is equivalent to 1 minus MPC. So if you check in this regard, the MPC that we have 0.6. So now, when you substitute, you are going to have 1 minus 0.6, then 1 minus 0.6 will take us to 0.4. So if you check the options given, the appropriate answer in this regard is going to be A. Okay, right, grade 12s. So now moving on to the next question, grade 12s, we have 1.1.5 and 1.1.5 reads as follows. A limit on the quantity of goods and services that can be purchased from other countries is known as import dash. Okay, right, grade 12s. If you still remember, in a previous lesson, I did explain different set of concept. For typical example, when you talk of a tariff is nothing but a certain tax that should always be paid to the government. Also, we have the incentive as well. If you still remember, we talk of whatsoever privilege that is actually given. Then we talk of a levy. Leaving this regard, we refer to a charge. So now we have a quota. A quota refers to a limit of quantity or a certain quantity that is allowed to be imported in a certain country. So it means in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be D. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question, grade 12. Our next question, we have 1.1.6, and this 1.1.6 reads as follows. A growth and development strategy that was intended to halve unemployment and poverty by 2014 was known as. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be a B, which is Accelerated and Shared Growth Initiative for South Africa. So this is our appropriate answer in this regard, grade 12. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question, grade 12, we have 1.1.7, of which this 1.1.7 reads as follows. The government's broad approach to industrialization is set out in the dash. So if you still remember, grade 12, I always tell you that you must go through the set of options given before you choose your appropriate answer. And I always tell you the reason why I advise you to do that is because most of the given options, they are pretty similar to one another, where one might end up making some silly mistakes. Okay, right. So now 1.1.7, our appropriate answer is going to be National Industrial Policy Framework. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.1.8. 1.1.8 reads as follows. The increase in the population of cities and towns through the movement of people from rural areas is known as urbanization. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be C. Okay, so now at this juncture, we are done with 1.1. Then we are landing on 1.2. So our 1.2 reads as follows. Choose a description from column B that matches the item in column A. Write only a letter A to I next to the question numbers and examples given there where we have 1.2.1 to 1.2.8 in the provided answerable. So now grade 12, if you still remember, I always tell you that whenever you are answering this set of questions, make sure that you go through column A and then you create a picture of the given concept in that column. So now after that, you can now move on to column B, where you are provided with the description, the characteristics, the features, the functions, the explanation, the definition, and the likes. Okay, right. So now grade 12, whenever we talk of the autonomous consumption, so autonomous consumption, we refer to that part of consumption where the household are just spending without having a proper income. So now if we check the options given in this regard, our appropriate option is going to be H, that says part of the household spending that is independent of the level of income. So it means that our 1.2.1 is H. Okay, grade 12, so let's move on to 1.2.2. 1.2.2 reads as follows. The monetarist approach. So now grade 12, if you still remember, this concept, it does fall under the business cycle. And when we talk of the business cycle, we refer to the fluctuations of the economic activities, or we refer to upswings and downswings of the economic activities. Okay, right. So now under this business cycle, if you still remember, we have two theories, the theory from this monetarist approach and the theory from Mr. Keynesian. So now if you still remember, Mr. Keynesian states that in a market, for the market to be perfect, we do need a government intervention. So now, but these guys under monetarist, they're actually saying that we don't need the government to intervene when it comes to the flow of goods and services. Why are they actually saying that? They think, or they do believe that the market forces of demand and supply can stabilize the flow of goods and services. So if you still remember, these gentlemen or these guys under monetarist, they believe that the markets can be stable without the government intervention. So now if we check the options given in column B, then we see that the appropriate answer in this regard is G, that says maintains the view that markets are inherently stable. So it means that now our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be J. Okay, right, great talks. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question we have 1.2.3, which is accountability. So now when we talk of the accountability, we refer to an explanation of one's own decisions and actions. When now you take charge of your actions or when you take charge of your decisions. So now if we check the list of options given in column B, the appropriate answer in this regard is going to be F. Okay, thank you, great talks. Now let's move on to the next question, which is 1.2.4. So 1.2.4 reads as follows: debt forgiveness. So now from the word or from the phrase debt forgiveness, this really means that a country or an organization is released from its obligation to repay a loan. So now remember, great talks, as I said earlier, that whenever you are answering or you are faced with this type of questions, you should always make sure that you go through each and every option given in column B, or you go under each and every description given. So now, if we check, the appropriate answer for 1.2.4 is going to be B. When an organization or a country is released from its obligation to repay a loan, that is going to be debt forgiveness. So this country is being forgiven in terms of what? In terms of paying its obligations. So it means that this is going to be a bad debt because it is actually going to be written off before it being settled. Okay, right, great talks. Now let's move on to the next option. The next option or the next question that we have 1.2.5 that reads as follows: economic union. So now, when we talk of the economic union, we refer to cooperation between countries so as to adopt to common monetary and fiscal policies. So now, if you check the list of the characteristics or features given, so the appropriate answer in this regard is going to be a C. Okay, right, great talks. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question we have 1.2.6, which reads as follows: capital formation. So now when you talk of capital formation, if you still remember under economics, this is nothing but an investment. Okay, right. So now if we check 1.2.6, which is capital formation, the appropriate answer for this question is going to be I, which reads the process of adding new assets such as machinery and equipment to an existing stock. So it means that our appropriate answer for this question is going to be I. Okay, right, great talks. Now let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have 1.2.7 that reads as follows: national research and development strategy. So now if you check the list of options given, the appropriate answer in this regard is going to be D, because the national research and development strategy focuses on using science and technology so as to promote industrialization in South Africa. Okay, right. So our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be D. Okay, right, great talks. So now moving on to the next question, we have 1.2.8, which reads as follows: consumer price index. So now the appropriate answer for this consumer price index is going to be A, that reads an economic indicator that relates to the cost of living. Why are we saying that?